I'm Lisa Marie Harris, the chair of the committee, and I welcome everyone today. And Rosie, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have a quorum with the following members absent, Ms. Roberta Spoon and Louis Gwen. And just for the record, it is 9 a.m. when the meeting officially was called to order.
Awesome. So moving to Section 3, public comment. Rosie, do we have any public comments today?
Yes, Madam President, we do have a public comment for today from Marcel Voorhees-Rossman, but we will hold the public comment until our business operation action item number 2.
All right, thank you, Rosie. So moving on to Section 4, the approval of the consent agenda, which includes service retirements, drop entries, drop retirements, training, and the board agenda calendar. Before I make a motion for the approval of the consent items, is there a board member that'd like to pull any of the consent items for discussion? No, seeing none? Okay, well, why don't we, hearing no questions, why don't we go ahead and make a motion? Okay, and let's take a vote.
And with all votes in, Madam President, this motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. So this finishes our consent agenda. So now we'll move to the business and operations. So we have 2 action items on our agenda this morning, starting with the first action item, confirmation of our board vice president.
Let me excuse myself.
Okay.
Would you like me to
Yes, great.
open?
Would you
Yeah, okay,
please?
great. The board unanimously appointed Lisa Marie Harris as our president at our May 2024 meeting. And the SDCERS charters policies provide for President Harris to appoint a vice president with the concurrence vote of the board. President Harris believes Cliff Shearson is well qualified to serve as the SDCERS vice president due to his outstanding service as our investment committee chair, his professional experiences, leadership roles with various associations here in our San Diego community and beyond, and a strong leadership skill set, which includes using our SDCERS core values of customer service, accountability, professionalism, fiduciary integrity, and transparency. The board's confirmation of Cliff Shearson as SDCERS vice president will require a motion followed by a second and at least 7 affirmative votes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Are there any questions from the board about this appointment? No? Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion to appoint, I guess Paul already did that, and was second by Thomas, so why don't we vote?
With all votes in, Madam President, this motion passes 8-0.
Great. You want to go back and get,
But our vice president?
yes?
Hey, Mr. Vice President.
Now he's locked out.
Should we all clap? Congratulations.
So Clifford and the board, I'd like to express my appreciation to Cliff for being able to and willing to serve in the continued leadership of the board and working with me as the vice president. And thank you for your service. You like to make a few comments? Okay. Well, thank you, Cliff. All right, so we're moving to action item number 2, which is interview and selection of the firm for actuarial consulting services. Do we have any public comments on this item, Rosie?
Yes, we do. At this moment, we'd like to invite Ms. Marcel Voorhees-Rossman.
Okay, good morning, Marcel.
Good morning. Can you hear me? It works. Good morning. It's really good to see everybody. I miss you. I don't miss the work. I'm very happily retired, but it's great to see everyone. I'm here this morning to recommend that you retain Chiron as your actuaries. They have been with you since 2004. Their work has been audited by both EFI and Siegel with no significant differences in the calculations. And Chiron was what was with SDCERS way back when Prop B was implemented. So they were here through the implementation of Prop B, through the 5-year pay freeze, and then they've been here through the unwinding. And this is where I think it is critical to retain them as your actuaries at this time. The unwinding is not done. There is still a group of current and former city employees that calculations need to be done for. The city needs to determine how they want those calculations done, because these people don't fall into any of the groups that have been established. Potentially, the city's going to have to do a change the muni code to accommodate these individuals. There's also still, the city has been in negotiations since Prop B was first talked about being unwound. They've been in negotiations with POA, and there is talk about what do you do with Tier 5 of the police officers that was the Prop B tier. And during my time, there was discussion of, do you unwind it, do you leave it, there were lots of different options that I won't go into, but that my understanding is that is still under negotiations, and that would be a very significant change as well. Greg and Alice are with you all the time. They are the face of Chiron, but they also are in the day-to-day activities of it, and I think that's really important. I know in my time here, I could pick up the phone and call Gene, and he always answered and always knew what I was talking about and was able to say, yep, we're on it, or let me check with staff, but he really was in the weeds as well. So I think that that is a very important piece of it as well. I know Siegel does fantastic work, and this is not saying anything negative about Siegel. It's just saying that at this time, I think for SDCERS, it is really important to retain the contract with Chiron until at least you finish all of the Prop B unwinding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marcel, for your public comment. Greg, do you want to introduce this item?
Yes, please. SDCERS is required by the city charter and municipal code to employ an actuary to make valuation of the retirement system assets and liabilities. The SDCERS board has established its own policy to reevaluate its actuarial service firm selection every 5 years using a request for proposal contracting process. The incumbent actuarial firm's 5-year contract period was extended 2 additional years through June 30th, 2024 to facilitate completing the project to reopen the city's closed plan tiers. Anticipating this contract ending date, an RFP was posted on SDCERS website and sent to actuarial firms known to serve the California pension community. SDCERS received a strong response with 6 firms providing proposals. The proposals were evaluated by a panel consisting of the Chief Executive Officer, the General Counsel, and the Chief Investment Officer. Although each proposing firm was found to be qualified to provide requested services, overall, 2 firms differentiated themselves, the incumbent actuarial service provider Chiron and the Siegel Company. These 2 firms are here with us today to provide a brief presentation to demonstrate their communication skill, what they believe differentiates their firm, the firm's commitment to diversity and inclusion, and the firm's ability to safeguard our member data while it's in their possession. The goal for today is to select a firm to provide actuarial consulting services and to direct the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate a 5-year contract. Is there any questions before we invite our first presenter?
Greg, just for the record, is there a staff recommendation on this item?
There is, yes, to select one of the 2 firms.
But of the 2?
Yes.
Nice try.
Okay. Well, okay.
Staff does have its thoughts about strengths and weaknesses, and I'd be glad to share those after we hear from the firms.
Okay, thank you.
Our first actuarial service firm presenter is the Siegel Company. We asked Siegel Company to provide a brief presentation on what differentiates the Siegel Company, the Siegel Company's commitment to diversity and inclusion, and how the Siegel Company is going to safeguard our data. With us today are the 2 proposed co-leads, Todd Towser and Brad Ramirez. Their biographies are located in your agenda materials. So Todd, Brad, the floor is yours, and please begin when you are ready.
Okay, can you hear me okay? All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here talking to you and in your wonderful city. Apparently, San Diego has the monopoly on nice weather in the entire United States right now, so congratulations for that. I have a feeling you know that, and that's why you live here. Greg sort of took the thunder out of my slides at the beginning because he basically summarized everything that we're going to try and do in this presentation, which is introduce ourselves, talk a little bit about Siegel, maybe how we're a little different from your current provider, and that's essentially our agenda. We don't have a whole lot of material, so we're happy to be interactive. If you have questions, if you have any questions about the proposal as you've seen it, we're happy to discuss those as well. So we're just going to go through this briefly, and like I said, feel free to interrupt if you have any questions. Talking about our team and Siegel, first off, Siegel at a glance, we are a independent firm. We are owned by the employees, so we're not owned by a bank or an insurance company or anything. We are an independent firm, so we serve ourselves. Our goal and really our mission statement with Siegel is to provide advice that improves lives, trusted advice that improves lives. And we really take that to heart. We were founded in 1939, and we often say that our first public sector client was the territory of Hawaii in 1950. So we've been doing public sector work for a long time. Going back to, we like to think that our relationships span a long time. I have a client that has been a client of Siegel since the mid-'70s. We've continued that relationship. We've been very happy with that, and we do have a pretty high client retention rate. So we feel like we do good work. We also, going back to the improving lives, if you add up all the people that we support, it's over 15 million people. And so, ultimately, that's what this is about. That's what I consider this about. The actuarial work is important, but ultimately what we're doing is we're ensuring that people can get checks into their, they go to the mailbox and they get a check every month. That's ultimately what this is about. So we're very, I think we're at a good size. Thinking about Siegel in terms of how big we are, we're about 1,000 employees, which I think is a good, we've grown, but we've done measured growth. We've had some acquisitions along the way, but our goal is not to become the largest firm in the world. We're not like Amazon. We grow slowly. We make tactical hiring decisions. And with 1,000 employees, we have good local focus, so we can focus locally, but we can also share resources across the firm, which is important. We don't have to reinvent the wheel over and over again if we see things in one state that we can apply to another state, or one city in another city. So that's a little bit about Siegel globally. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Todd and Melanie, and they're going to introduce themselves and then go forward through the presentation.
Brad, what do you do? I don't know if
That's a great question.
we got your background.
I'm a consulting actuary. I'm a retirement actuary. I've been doing this for about 25 years, and with a number of firms. I've been with Siegel for 19 years now. So I'm here, and I'm in the Denver office, and primarily public sector. About 90% of my work is public sector work, and that's working with states, counties, cities, special districts, that sort of thing. So that's where I'm active.
Thanks, Brad. Sorry, I couldn't let Brad short himself along the way, talking too much about Siegel. But my name is Todd Tauser. I'm also a pension actuary here in California. I've worked my entire career here in California and always on public retirement plans. That is my passion and my focus. So the first 10 years of my career, I worked for CalPERS. Some of my colleagues hold that against me, but it was a very good experience. Started down at the bottom, and by the end, I was the senior pension actuary in charge of asset liability management and risk. And that's always been my focus in my career. Is a lot of pension actuaries will go get their specialty, their focus on pensions. They'll get their what's called their fellowship, their actuarial fellowship in pensions. I actually did not do that. I got my actuarial fellowship in enterprise risk management with a focus on pension plans. So I bring a bit of a different perspective that complements what a lot of my colleagues have that are on the straight pension track, with a strategic view, with analyzing risk and making sure that we're sending these pension plans, setting them on a path that's good, not just for today, but also for the future. So that was my focus at CalPERS. I was hired out of that position from CalPERS by a public credit rating agency, S&P Global Ratings. And that was a unique position. They basically, in their process of evaluating state and local governments and their budgetary process to give them a credit ratings when they issue debt, they realized, well, public pensions are creating more and more, the contributions are rising, they're costing more in terms of the debt picture, and we need to better understand this. So back at that time, they created a brand new position. It was called Director of Municipal Pensions. And because of my risk focus and my experience, they hired me into that position. So my role was to train, it was over 100 public financial analysts, how to better understand the key mechanics and the key risk factors of pension plans. And then the main thing we did was we went out and we looked at pension plans across all 50 states. And we evaluated basically how would they come to where they are today? What kind of decisions were made in the past for each of these plans, and what did that lead to in terms of today? And then again, what kinds of decisions are being made right now, and what is that going to lead to in the future? To have this holistic perspective of trajectory for these plans, to understand where funded ratios are heading, where contributions are heading, and where the general health of the fund is heading. And so that was a very interesting position, did that for a few years, and then about 5 years ago, I joined Siegel. So not only do I help lead our efforts on the West Coast in particular, but I'm also Siegel's National Public Sector Retirement Practice Leader, which is a mouthful, but it just means I help coordinate all the public pension work that we do across the nation. And like Brad already mentioned, we work for over 100 plans. So see a lot of different emerging issues and challenges, and I get to help our actuaries work through those. And so it's a good perspective and experience that we have there. So that's my background in a mouthful, and I'll turn it over to Melanie.
Thank you. My name's Melanie Walker. I'm an attorney in Siegel's National Compliance Practice, and I was recently selected to lead the entire practice for the company. In my technical work, I work with exclusively with public sector retiree health plans, and I've been doing that for over 25 years.
The one other thing I'll say before we leave this slide is the rest of the team. We have Andy and Eva and Emily and Alfred. These folks are a very deep bench when it comes to doing work here in California. So every single one of them have been working on California public plans for over 10 years, including other city plans, other county plans. And so I just think it's a great team that's here today. They're, of course, not all here in the room, but every single one of them have a lot of experience. And so that's the team that's coming before you from Siegel today. All right, so I'm going to take us through a couple slides on differentiators for Siegel. We won't take all that much time. We'd much rather have conversation, answer any questions than just talk to you, but we'll just spend a couple slides talking about a few key ones. So on this first slide, we've broken it out into 4 buckets. The first is national perspective. Brad already basically covered that, all the work we do across the nation. But like I said, I lead our practice, so a lot of that work in national perspective will come before you directly as members of your team. Not only that, but Brad works not just here related to California, but he works in the surrounding states as well. He works in Nevada, he works in Arizona. And so we have that broad experience to add to the fact that the entire base of the team works exclusively on plans here in California. So we've got the California focus along with the national perspective that we're bringing today. In terms of accessibility and responsiveness, this is just our bread and butter and our pride in our work. Is we view ourselves and our company as having very high quality, dependable work, and we always have. One example of this is that in the 20 plus years that we've been doing public retirement plan work here in California, our team has never missed a valuation deadline, and that's across all of our clients in California, not one time. So we have a very high focus on making sure that we're true to our word, that when we say we're going to get the work done, the work is done, and it's done with the utmost quality. So that's very important to us, and that's one of our key focuses. The third one here is a risk-focused expertise. I already mentioned that one of my passions is enterprise risk management and applying that to pension plans. And so we certainly have that focus. There's a variety of practices out there. About 5 years ago, an ASOP was passed, Actuarial Standard of Practice 51, which was all about pushing actuaries to focus more on risk. And of course, various actuarial firms were already looking at risk from various perspectives. It wasn't anything new, but it did allow for a big push. And let's have more of a centric focus on how to evaluate the risks of the plan. And so the way that we handled that was a bit different than our competitors. Some plans just kind of push all the risk factors into the valuation report, and we felt, and discussing with our clients also felt like that was a lot to swallow all at once, looking at last year's experience, this year's experience, anticipating contributions and funded status, and going through different tiers and all the different things, and trying to focus on risk and understand. It was just a lot all in one setting. So what we did was we said, we'll do the valuation report, we'll get that out of the way, and then a month or two later, we'll create a separate risk report, or we can just have a whole session where we tailor-made to dive into the risk factors of the plan, look at the historical factors, kind of what I said at the analysis at S&P. How have we gotten to where we are today? Let's review that history. Let's be educated on exactly where we are today. And then let's turn around and look at the future, and let's try to understand key risk factors tailored to our specific plan, and look at projections and whatever else might be of interest to the particular board. So that is our focus for risk. We feel that with our clients, it's really elevated the discussion and put more of a focus on that part of the analysis. And then finally here, the fourth component is that Siegel is a full-service firm. We don't just do actuarial work. We do a variety of other projects. Compliance is a very good example. I won't steal Melanie's thunder because she's going to talk about that in a couple minutes, but there are other examples as well. We have an internal consulting arm for investments. It's called Siegel Marco, so our investment consulting arm, and that really helps when we want to discuss asset and liability challenges and what's going on between the two. We have investment consultants in-house that are resources for our clients. Another one is administration and technology consulting, where we have a branch of Siegel that firmly works on that administration and technology side of the house. So they do data security things for our clients, analysis, preparation. They also help rebuild pension and administration software systems. So they get very involved on that side of the house too. So the point here is that when you're working with Siegel, you have a full suite of services that are available at your disposal. And we do think that is one of our key strengths. So if you don't mind, I'll go to the next slide. So everything I talked about in the last slide is, we love this and we care about this and we're good at this. And we could say that all day long, and any pension firm could say that all day long. But I love this slide because it's data. It's not just a claim about how good we are. It's just, hey, let's look at what we actually do. So here in California, we do think of ourselves as the premier California pension firm. We work on more public pension clients than any other actuarial firm here in California, and you can see some of the list. The actual graphic includes non-pension clients, their health-related clients, and other things that we do. But the list on the left is what our actual pension clients. So we work on other city plans, very large ones like the LA city plans. We work on 3 of those, on their general one, their police fire one, and their Department of Water and Power. So those plans could be as large as some states that are out there, but we work on smaller ones too, like the City of Fresno, for example. And actually, City of Fresno and City of LA, they both have drop programs, which may be familiar to you, so we're very familiar working through drop programs, analyzing that, analyzing key risk factors there. So that's on the city side. There are 20 county plans in California. We work on 12 of the 20, so we work on the majority of the county plans here in California. We're also contracted with both CalPERS and CalSTRS, and right now we're going through 8 years of being the auditing actuary for CalSTRS, so we're retained for them on an annual basis all the way until about 2030. There's other retirement and OPEB plans here in California we work on, including the UC retirement program, which covers all the campuses and medical centers for UC. So that's a complicated client in and of itself. And of course, as was mentioned earlier in that public comment in support of us, no, it wasn't in support of us, but that we were able to be an auditing actuary for SDCERS in the past. And so we're also, of course, very familiar with your data and your programs and all the complications that have resulted from Prop B and the unwinding of Prop B. And all the things that are going on. Even just this year, we were following, of course, the amortization changes that were proposed in January and looking through those. We were very interested in seeing the results there. So that is to say, of course, we're not the incumbent, but we do have a lot of familiarity with SDCERS.
I have a question.
Oh, please,
So
yes.
It says City of San Diego, so is the city one of your clients
On your map.
on your map?
Oh, yes. There has been work in past, I think, on the health side of things
Okay.
for City of San Diego. I don't think they're a current client.
Okay, thank you.
And the last thing here is 2 members. There's a California Actuarial Advisory Panel that helps give advice at the state level to state and local governments when it relates to public pension plan issues. And the chair of that panel is from Siegel, Mr. Paul Angelo, who some of you know quite well. And I'm also on that panel. I'm the representative of the chair of the assembly. And so it's been a pleasure to work on California very broadly, and that's what Siegel does, and I hope that's what the map here represents. So let's go to the next slide. All right, we'll go through these quickly because this is a little bit of tooting our horn, but we are very involved in actuarial leadership, and on the next slide you'll see also in pension plan leadership. Just for me personally, Siegel, I'm going to talk about me, but it's not just a reflection of me. It's a reflection that Siegel is very supportive and invested in the growth of how we advance the practice, first of all, and then how we provide those services to our clients. So I'm going to talk about my personal perspective, but it relates to how Siegel supports its employees in general. So I am currently the vice chair of the Pension Practice Council, recently renamed the Retirement Practice Council of the American Academy of Actuaries. That oversees all retirement work as it pertains to the American Academy of Actuaries. The chair of that council is also from Siegel, a good friend of mine. And for the last 3 years, I led the Pension Plans Committee at the Academy. So that oversees all the work specifically related to public pension plans, whether it's emerging issues or best practices or anything like that. So I've led that for the last 3 years. It was a very good experience, and that helped me get additional perspective on analyzing plans across the nation. In 2022, I received the Actuarial Volunteer of the Year Award from the Conference of Consulting Actuaries. So again, sounds like bragging, but it's interesting. The Conference of Consulting Actuaries gives this to one person across retirement, health, investments, and across public, private, multi. There's only one award per year. And again, this is a testimony to the amount of work that Siegel puts in and supports its employees in advancing the practice in a variety of ways. Last thing I'll mention here from me is I'm currently the actuarial advisor to the Government Finance Officers Association. There's a committee, the Committee on Retirement and Benefits Administration, CORBA. So GFOA CORBA is the long name there, and so I work on that committee. And for example, just last year, we revamped all of their best practices that relate to public pension plans. There's one on core elements of a funding policy for pension and OPEB plans. Significant changes in there that were never seen before, and so I was the primary author of that. I do recommend it if you haven't had a chance to look at it yet, because it even talks about core funding policies and how to think about that a little bit differently than it was in the past. The last one on here is for my friend here, Mr. Brad Ramirez. You want to talk about that for a second?
This is essentially the white paper that some of you may be familiar with. The Conference of Consulting Actuaries put out a white paper on funding policies. What's a strong funding policy? You know, what should funds do in the public sector? Because there's no ERISA to tell you how to contribute. You have broad discretion. And so this white paper came out, it's probably been about 10 years ago. And we are currently updating it. And I'm one of the authors of that white paper. And currently it's posted, and we are inviting commentary. So if I encourage you to look. And if you're really interested in the actuarial funding policy sphere, take a look and get us your comments, because those comments will be incorporated. We don't just go to our ivory tower and decree what we think is good. We actually like to talk with practitioners and people who are actually funding these plans.
It's a bit technical, but I really like it because it goes into the principles behind the scenes. Why do we do it the way we do? Why do we really love entry age or entry age normal, if you use the past expression? Why do we set amortization a certain way versus a different way? And if trustees and board members are well educated in that kind of regard, it really guards the plan against possibly going down past that. In some cases, in some other states, not here, but we've seen them kind of go off the deep end, and it's resulted in a lot of trouble. I think you guys had, 55, 60 calls to get this thing done?
It was quite a bit of calls.
It was quite the effort. So.
Yes, quite an effort.
Anyway, we won't linger on that. So one more slide for me is I mentioned that we talk about pension plan leadership as well. Brad and I work together in speaking at a lot of national conferences, again, advancing best practices in any way that we can. Here in California, we're very involved in SDCERS and CalPERS, which are the two organizations, SDCERS being the county side and CalPERS being the more general one. In fact, for CalPERS, they do 3 trainings a year. One is new trustee, one is advanced trustee, and then there's another one for staff. And we're the trusted actuarial advisor to come in and do the actuarial trainings for all of those sessions. And these are not short trainings. These are, I mean, you were there, but these are 3, 4, 5-hour trainings that you have to keep interesting as you talk about Actuarial 101. So that's a fun challenge to go through. One other thing is, from my S&P days, I got involved in leadership there, and so I'm currently the vice chair of the California Society of Municipal Analysts. So these are the financial advisors and the credit rating analysts and the bankers that get involved in issuing debt. I'm the vice chair of that committee. Next year, I'll be the chair. So we have a very well-rounded perspective when we're working through these pension issues. One last thing on this page is, about a year or two ago, we did have the opportunity to write a research paper, partner with NERS, which is the National Institute on Retirement Security. That paper is on the screen. It's entitled Examining the Experiences of Public Pension Plans Since the Great Recession, just another example of the kinds of work that we do in addition to all of our consulting work. And that was really answering the question. You see this question in media a lot. I don't know if the San Diego Tribune might ask the question or whatever, but you see the question, since the global financial crisis, we've had 10, 15 years of a pretty solid recovery. We've had decent investment returns, yet plans have not grown in fund status as you might expect. So are public pension plans broken? Like, what's wrong? Or should we just close all public pension plans? And so you hear that question quite a bit. And this was really to dig into the data and say, no, let's actually understand exactly what pension plans have done in the last 15 years. Let's see who have acted responsibly, even if it looked bad in the short term, like making actual assumptions more conservative and that kind of thing, which has put downward pressure on the funded status, but they've done it in such a way to set up their plan better for the future. So that's a really interesting paper that I do recommend as well, if you have any interest in it. The last thing I'll say here is just, as we look out through plans across the nation, as we work on plans here in California, we've been very interested in the challenges associated with Prop B, and as was stated again in the public comment, the unwinding of Prop B, and we've worked on similar challenges such as that with our other plans, both here in California and across the nation, looking at tiers that are closed or then opened, and figuring out how to work through that. So we are not, again, not your incumbents. We have not worked through that with your plan, of course, but we do have experience in that. And at least I wanted to say that. We're aware of what's going on with your plan, and we have experience in working on those kinds of issues. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Melanie.
Thank you, Todd. I'm not going to go through the stuff on this slide. You guys can read it. It's sort of a description of the services that we frequently do, but just sort of describe what does Siegel's compliance practice do. Some people don't really understand that. You have external counsel and internal counsel, and they provide legal advice. We do not provide legal advice. But we are embedded within your consulting team so that we are kept abreast of what's going on, and if you have a question, we're up to speed already that we can answer it. And the compliance practice provides sort of services in layers, from the simple to the complex. It might be as simple as we provide publications on whatever's going on, federal laws and regulations, and due to our large number of clients in California, that is one of the states where we also keep up with state laws and regulations and litigation that's going on. And so that if there is a question about our publication, we usually work with your staff first, and then they decide if it's important enough and relevant enough to bring to the board. And so we support the board by supporting your staff. We kind of work in the space in between your counsel, and our experience nationally and in California we're experts in how retirement systems operate. So if there's a change that you need to implement, we can talk about, here's what other people do, and here's how this might work for your system. I can give you a recent example how that worked. A couple of years ago, the IRS made a change that everyone has to implement a new form for withholding from your pensions, and it was a little complex. And so that's a space where I would come in and say, this is what other people are doing. And we have this admin and tech consulting practice within our company as well that can help us figure out how to do that. Another recent example that was interesting is I had a large state system that says, we have this provision in our statute, and it's really old, and I don't know what it means. And so I had actually worked with the system longer than they had, and they called me, and I said, so the federal law was changed due to some sub-regulatory guidance from the IRS, really complex, about 20 years ago, and they said you could do this or this, and you put this line in here to say which side of the fence you were on. And they were like, oh, thank God, because they actually had a person who might be affected by that provision, and they didn't know what to do. So that's just sort of an example of the type of services that the compliance practice can offer you.
Okay, talking a little bit about security, data security, which is very important, obviously. We get a lot of your data when we do valuations or audits. And so we have to be very safe about that. And you can see that I've kind of outlined what our process is. We have a very intense security on the from the login screen to the server, from the local server to the national server. So everything is locked up. We do a minimum standard, or a minimum use standard. So the only people who are accessing data are the people who are required to access it, and no one else. So the data is not floating around on a server somewhere. It is safeguarded and locked up. We do a lot of controls, internal controls and external controls. We work with data security firms to test our security. And so they'll send us these spoof emails that say, hey, click on this because you're,
That come from our CEO.
That
or,
your CEO.
They make it really tricky.
They make it tricky, and you're graded on how you do with those, and so you become paranoid basically when you see these weird emails, because you're like, oh, this must be a trick. I don't know why the CEO would say I need to get $1,500 worth of gift cards. That doesn't seem right. That sort of thing. So we do it internally and externally to make sure that your data is safe and secure. And all transfers, we have a website we can work with you. We work with a lot of clients on data. So we have a secure transfer process. We can either work with your current system that you use for that, or we have a system that we can set up. So your data will be secure. And that's something that we are very, very committed to.
Two things that I would just add to that real quick. One is that as Brad mentioned earlier, we're decently large firm, at least for an actuarial firm, and because of that, we've really grown, and this has been an area of significant focus for us. So we have a dedicated IT team. I don't know, it might be over 10 folks now, but their full-time job is just making sure data is secure across all the work that we do. So very specific and dedicated IT team. And then the other thing that we're very proud of is, to this day, we have never had a breach of any kind. So that's just a testament to what we've done so far. But of course, that doesn't mean you get lazy. You just keep going, you keep working, you keep testing, you keep refining, and you keep preparing. The last thing on this slide is that if anything were to happen, of course, we have various policies in place to immediately deal with that in the most optimal way possible, given the circumstances. So that's an incident response policy and swift notification to anyone involved, including a potential client if they were to be involved, disaster recovery, and what we exactly would do. So that's already laid out in very clear terms for all of our employees, but thankfully we've never had to use it yet.
The last topic, and then we'll turn it over to you for questions, is our DEI pledge, and this is something that has been our CEO has been very vocal about this, making sure that diversity, equity, and inclusion are a big part of what Siegel is about. And you can see there's a timeline here, sort of our process of analyzing where we were with DEI and seeing where we wanted to go, and how do we improve it, and then how do we measure our improvement. And so this has been the focus of a lot of internal discussion and internal action, and also external action. So we started this process in 2018, 2019. I actually served on one of the committees that analyzed how we were processing, how we were getting good new hires, looking at resumes. How do we get resumes? Where do we go to get resumes? When we get resumes, how do we make the decision about who to invite to an interview and who not to invite to an interview? Looking at that and saying, okay, how can we improve that process so that we can encourage diversity, equity, and inclusion? And so, I worked on that with some of our HR professionals, and we made some recommendations that were adopted, which was great. There were several other committees that were doing similar things across the firm. And we also, we've hired an external firm to come in and review what we did, if they think it was effective, and measure, get an idea of whether we're doing what we want to do in this process. So I think this is one thing that we've been very committed to, and it's an ongoing process. It's not something that just stops. We have to continue to move and make sure that we move the DEI stuff forward, and that's something that we're going to continue to do. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Yeah, I'll just add, when 2018, when we first made an official big push on this and did a lot of analysis and did an initial external and internal report on DE&I, the results we were not happy with them. We found that, I mean, I'm just being honest here. We found we were lacking. We found that we were very undiverse, both in terms of gender and in terms of race and ethnicity, and we didn't have the kinds of perspectives that we wanted. And so it was good for us in the sense that it was a shock. And we didn't like sweep it under the rug and hide it. No, we published it for the entire firm and we started talking about it. And so that's what it really starts with. It starts with admitting your weaknesses and admitting where you need improvement. And that's what this, so we started doing an annual report on DE&I and keeping ourselves accountable on a bunch of different metrics. I'm sure the metrics don't cover everything, but we just said, well, we can start tracking this. We can show that we're weak in these areas, and if we show it and admit it, then it's going to push us to help improve more and build a culture around it. So we're not here to say that as an actuarial firm we're perfectly diverse, but we are here to say that we're not happy with where we were, and so we're working hard to improve on that. And there's a lot of different areas that we're doing that. Some of them Brad mentioned. Some of them are pushed down from leadership, from the board, and from our CEO. Others are built from the ground up. It's employee-led groups that we have. We have a Women Leadership Council that's just made up of various employees. We have various BRGs, which are business resource groups, which are built up, again, from various parts of our employee population that help support and improve our culture from the ground up. So I do like our approach, and it's not that we're here to tell you that we're the all-around best when it comes to DE&I and always have been. That would be a lie. But we are saying that we are working and keeping ourselves accountable on how to improve in that area.
And with that, that concludes our prepared remarks. Happy to answer any questions about our presentation, our proposal.
Sure. Thank you, Siegel, for coming. And before I open it up for questions, I do have a question. I'm just trying to get more of a day-to-day sense about the firm. Maybe can you walk us through a recent challenge that you've had in performing an actuarial analysis for one of your clients, and how did you address that challenge and overcome it?
There are always challenges.
Do you want to take that one or me?
We had some work recently, and I won't say who, but it was we valued a drop, and we presented that we thought that the drop essentially was going to alter retirement patterns, and so there was going to be a cost to the system. And there were really no two ways around that. The way the drop was designed, it was, we did the analysis and it made sense, and we gave them the cost. Some of the people who were proposing the drop were not terribly happy about our analysis and thought that we were coming at it with some sort of political angle or something. And there was the threats of litigation and things like that. And so we essentially had to deal with, number one, someone not liking the work that you've done, but number two, having to defend it, and number three, looking hard at the work we did and saying, okay, are we sure that that they don't have a point? And went back and looked at it, and it was like, yeah, no, we're pretty sure that what we've done is right. So we stuck to our guns, and there wasn't a lot we can do other than just say, look, this is there's a widespread. In actuarial work, there's always a chance that things are going to be different, or things are going to be not different, or things are going to be there's a spread. But we felt that our spread was pretty good. We thought that our estimate was pretty good, and we had to stick to it. So I think overcoming political pressure, obviously a big part of what we do. And I'd go ahead if you want to take one.
Oh, sure. I mean, your question is every day. Basically, we have challenges. Sometimes we talk about a concept we call it agency risk. And that is that an agent or someone who is interested in the results of the pension system will try to influence whether it's the board decisions or the actuarial analysis in such a way that fits their desires or their agenda more than the fiduciary responsibility of the board. And so we see this in a variety of contexts, this agency risk. And so unnamed system, again, we'll leave that out of the picture, but we'll talk about the fact that there's a lot of pressure with a particular system in terms of funding policies and assumptions to leave them in such a way that the costs of the system look low in the short term, but of course will lead to bad results down the line. And I'm sure none of you are familiar with this in any way, shape, or form when it comes to discount rate, which you guys have pretty decently low in 6.5 and all of that. But there's a lot of pressure on those kinds of things. And you get public comments, you get people threatening that they're going to close our plan and we're going to lose all our members and this and that and the other thing, because you're trying to fully first value the liabilities of the plan accurately and then pay them off in such a way that it doesn't lead to problems down the line. So make sure it's responsible and prudent in the way that it's handled. And so I could be describing, 10 different scenarios, but we certainly have worked through those. And for us, the point is be fully transparent, be fully educational, make sure everyone understands, and that we're not just looking at today, we're looking at down the line too. I had to go through this process at S&P too, where originally all they would do is say, what's the cost today? What's that in proportion to the budget? Okay, we're moving on. Like, no, that doesn't work. It's actually more than just the cost today. It's what is that going to lead to down the line? And so full transparency, making sure our work is good and above repute, and then making sure that we can educate everyone so that we're all continuing to work towards that ultimate goal of funding the benefits of our members. That's why we're there, and doing it in such a way that's sustainable and healthy and long-lasting.
Great, thank you. Cliff?
Thank you. A couple questions. It might be easier if you go back to slide 5, which shows all the photographs. There. Day to day, who's the number one person if we were to hire Siegel, and who would number 2 be?
It would be me and Todd as sort of 1/2. I would be number 1, and then Todd would be, 1A, I would guess. So,
Yeah, we try to set up our accounts so that it's not just dependent on one consulting actuary, so that if in case anything ever happens or someone's on leave or sick or whatever, we have that redundancy
No, I
there.
understand. That's why I asked who number 1 would be and who number 2 would be.
Yeah.
Where are you all located physically?
I'm in the Denver, Colorado.
And I'm in the San Francisco area.
Okay.
In California.
And these other shiny faces, besides Melanie, who's here in person, where are they based?
San Francisco.
All 4 of them are based in San Francisco. So this is a California-specific team.
California.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Oh, Louis?
So, Todd, I know you. Brad, you seem like a great guy. I'm familiar with your guys' company, Siegel. Great reputation. So's the firm we currently have, Chiron. They have a great reputation as well. They've done great work for us for years, and I'm a big fan of the historical knowledge that they bring. What would you guys be bringing that's different that we're not already getting with Chiron? I'm not looking for you to bash Chiron, just you're very familiar with our plan. You audited some of the work. Is there anything you guys would do different than what we're already doing?
I think you're correct in everything you just said. I mean, Chiron is a good firm, and they do good work, and I think our audit bore that out. I think what you would get from us is maybe just a second look at what you're doing, a different look, a different perspective than you've had from Chiron. You've said that Chiron has done good work for you for many, many years, and we understand that, and that continuity is important. But perhaps it might be time to make a change and look, get a different perspective from another firm. I think that's the value of what we would bring.
Yeah, I would say in addition to that, and I agree, I actually highly respect Chiron and the work they've done, so we're not here to bash them at all. I think we've presented our case for the things that we do quite well. I think in terms of our risk analysis, we approach that from a different perspective, generally speaking, with separate reports that we discuss and get into in detail. We actually, when we present a valuation to a client and a month or 2 later present a risk report, we get far more discussion from the board on the risk report than we do on the actuarial valuation. And that's a healthy result of splitting out the two, so that you can have a session dedicating to understanding past risk and past experience and what's happened there, and then turning around and evaluating it in the future. Another very clear difference with Siegel is what I mentioned before, in us being a full-service firm, where we have an investment arm of Siegel with investment consultants that can bring that perspective to the work that we're doing internally, not just needing to go to external consultants to do so. That's true on the administration and technology side. Like I mentioned before, they work on data security for pension systems. They're experts on a variety of things that specifically pertain to what we're doing here. They also do pension administration revamps. And so, not saying you need to do that immediately or anything like that, but that whole suite of services that we provide is very unique from Siegel. And some of our clients, Melanie Walker and her team, they like them more than they like us.
Yeah,
Just the amount of expertise that comes from the compliance side and stuff. Like, I've had clients that I worked with for years and thought they loved me say, Todd, I love you, but I love Melanie more. I mean, she's just so useful to our staff. And so that's part of, again, the differentiator is that we bring is this full service perspective. In addition to that, actually, Chiron does have a solid presence in California. I can't deny that, but I do think we have more of a perspective in terms of the total plans that we work on, and bringing that to bear for San Diego with the different drop programs we work on in California and most of the county plans that we work on. Just all of that perspective, also very useful to what we bring.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just want to say that, to start with, that I really appreciate the conciseness of your presentation. And if you could commit going forward to having PowerPoints that are only 15 slides or less, I would be very favorably disposed toward you.
I think we can agree to that, yeah.
Do we need PowerPoint at all?
Yeah, somehow actuarial PowerPoints seem to go on. So it was really helpful how you explained this whole thing of transition. Obviously, and I'm sure we'll have this conversation later, there's pros and cons to moving from one to another.
Absolutely.
And I won't go into that. I guess we'll discuss those things later. But two questions. First, have you taken a look at our current actuarial plan? And do you imagine any major changes to that based on what you know?
Changes for, what do you mean, for our system? Or,
yeah. In other
doing
words,
evaluation?
yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, looking at, well, first off, as far as the physical transition, since we have done the audit, the programming is in our system. So that'll cut down on a lot of time right off the bat, where we would have to program and test. I mean, we'll do some programming and testing, but it's already there. So physically, that's there. Looking at your assumptions now, I think you're fairly conservative, and I don't, nothing jumped out at me as far as a recommendation to make a change.
Okay.
Unless, Todd, I'll let you comment on that.
I would just say that, I mentioned when we were talking earlier that we followed very closely what happened at the beginning of this year in terms of trying to adjust the contributions. And we actually have an unnamed additional client right now that is where the city is unhappy with the contributions coming from the pension plan. This is probably a pretty common situation, but they were so unhappy that they voted to pay something different than what the contributions coming in were. And so we're having to work through. And again, it's this whole idea of being transparent from day one, educational, making sure everyone understands exactly why we're doing what we're doing. That's why I kind of harped on when Brad talked about the white paper of the Conference of Consulting Actuaries. It's not just, here's entry age and here's amortization and here's asset smoothing. It's why exactly do we do those things and why have we selected those particular parameters? What's the benefit to that? What's the long-term versus short-term? That is very important in our practice. And so I can't speak to how well that's been done in the past because, of course, we haven't really been around to discuss that. But those educational pieces of that, I think, are more important than just doing an actuarial evaluation and just doing other things, is making sure the why is very clear. And that's really why I appreciate the perspective I had working with evaluating plans across all 50 states with S&P for a few years, because I saw the good, the bad, and the ugly. I saw it all. Not all pension plans are doing things right, or in the past were doing things right. There's all kinds of plans out there and all kinds of practices. So to be able to bring that experience and discuss that and work through that, not just with the board, but with other stakeholders like the city, I think is also a very important piece of this puzzle.
Okay, and thank you. And second question is this discount rate issue. So obviously, there are a lot of opinions about how conservative discount rates should be. You've got people saying, hey, pension systems they'll never be able to get those returns, and so they should be very conservative, and we're pretty conservative. And then there's others who have different opinions, but the lower the discount rate, the higher the cost to the sponsor, the higher the cost to the active employees, and we have to take that into account too. So here's my question. To what degree do you think investment return assumptions from our investment advisors over the long haul should align with the discount rate?
Well, they should be close, obviously.
I love this question.
Yeah. I'll just say that I think, as the actuaries, we lean a lot on the asset people for their opinions, and that's very important. But ultimately, I think the choice of discount rate within a range, within a reasonable range, is really up to the board, and it's up to the risk tolerance of the board. How much do you want to, maybe let's say if we could, the range is probably 6.25 to 6.75 or something like that. You could make the assumption 6.75 if you wished, but you have to realize that you're taking on more risk. What's the probability they're going to hit 6.75 over the next 30 years? We can tell you, maybe it's not 50%, maybe it's under 50%. You have the ability to do that. So it definitely should be tied together. It's important to note, though, that sometimes the asset return, you have to be careful looking at the amount of time that they're taking into account in looking forward. And so an asset advisor might say, well, we expect the rate of return in the next 10 years to be X. Well, we're also looking at year 20, year 30, year 40, year 50, and so there's some variance there. That's another point.
Okay, but all right. So let me press you a little harder on that.
Okay, sure.
Let's say
I have some thoughts too.
Yeah.
But please.
So let's say that you're the investment advisor of a plan. Said we've looked at your trailing returns. We are looking at where you're going in the future, and we think that you would be able to hit 7.3% over the next 30 years.
All right. Can I start from the beginning and then get to that? So we've worked with some investment consultants, and we've actually put together a paper at one point in time. It was very interesting about what are the difference between how an investment consultant might approach an expected rate of return and how an actuary might approach an expected rate of return. And Brad mentioned one of those. Sometimes there's a difference in timing. Sometimes there's a difference in underlying inflation and what they think is happening there. But there's more than that. And it really gets down to the purpose of what an investment consultant is doing versus the purpose of what an actuary is doing. The investment consultant is looking at when they come before you and they have their expected return, they're generally presenting different portfolios with relative risk and reward trade-off, and they're trying to talk about what portfolio might be best based on the risk appetite of the board and all of that. So it's a relative comparison of different investment portfolios. That has nothing to do with what the actuary is trying to do. The actuary is trying to value the liabilities of the plan because, of course, this expected rate of return is going to be used as the discount rate. That's a very different purpose than this relative comparison of portfolios. And so while an investment consultant might have capital market assumptions, we have always struggle with investment consultants because capital market assumptions are volatile. Markets go down, CMAs go up, markets go up, CMAs go down, and they're just one year to the next, they're all over the place. In fact, there was a year we were doing experience studies where we were revising assumptions, and the CMAs led to an expected return for our plans of like 5.2. This was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know if you guys looked at it about that time, but it was terrible. No one wanted to go to 5.2. But then last year and 2 years ago when we were looking at it, the expected return was like 7.6. And so then we had to turn around and say, no, we don't want to go to that either. We don't want to go down so far. We don't want to go up so far. So there's this volatility in the stuff that the investment consultants do that have nothing to do with what we do when we're trying to set long-term liabilities. And especially for a lot of plans in California that are under PEPRA, members pay 50% of the normal cost. So then even members' costs would be volatile, not just employers' cost. And so there is a big difference in philosophy and approach. And so we try to get through a lot of the noise of the volatility that the investment folks use in their models when we're trying to set a discount rate and expect a rate of return in the valuation of the liabilities of the plan. So
I think we get the message, but I think at the end of the day, it's up to the board to make that decision.
Right.
So I think I've heard enough.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Go ahead.
May I? So the SDCERS board enjoys looking at the draft valuation in January and then doing the final valuation in March. Who from your team would be presenting that valuation?
if it was acceptable to the board, Brad and I would plan to co-present that valuation.
Okay.
So we would both plan on being there for both.
For both. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Paul, did you have any questions? Okay, well, thank you, Siegel, for responding to the RFP first and foremost, and then coming for the interview. It's been great hearing from your firm.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it very much.
Rick, can
Thank
you call up the next firm?
I just wanted to let you know, we got a text message from the office of the building. There is a surprise fire drill today at
Oh, Lord
10:30 a.m. So,
Big of a surprise is it if they give us the time?
yeah. So we
10:30?
10:30. We will not need to evacuate our meeting, but
Okay.
there will be some noise. So,
Oh, we don't have to leave.
no, we don't have to leave.
Okay.
Greg, if I could interrupt, I think that time may have been moved up slightly. I think the fire drill may be in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, okay.
In that case, we'll be out of here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Johnny, should we take a break?
I suppose, Madam President, we're taking a break.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and take a break until the fire drill, 10:10.
There you go.
de nadie más.
I'd like to call the meeting back in order, please. So Greg, we're going to have the next firm come and speak to us. Chiron?
Yes, thank you. So our second actual service firm presenter is Chiron, and we have asked Chiron to provide a brief presentation on what differentiates Chiron, Chiron's commitment to diversity and inclusion, and how Chiron is going to safeguard our data. So with us today are the two proposed co-leads, Jean Kalwarski and Alice Alsberg. Their biographies are in your board materials. Jean, Alice, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And first, thank you for the opportunity to present our finalist presentation. And with us today are two other members of the team, which you'll hear from briefly, Graham Schmidt and Ann Harper. So when we were first hired in 2005, SDCERS was in the middle of a political storm, as you know. And you needed a new actuary. You issued an RFP. And we were the only firm that responded back then. So it was an easy finalist presentation. But Chiron was also in the middle of a political storm. Our founders came from another firm, and that firm, as well as other firms, were insisting on liability limitations on clients, meaning if we made a mistake, you can't sue us for more than our proposed fees. So we resisted that and ended up spinning off and forming Chiron, but there was a year of scorched earth litigation, but after that, we survived just like SDCERS has survived. And over the years, we've had continued growth. That graph is showing the growth in our employees and our revenues in different scales. And we're thrilled that everything turned out the way it did. Our mission, which is something that we've shared with you before, and I think it's important to reflect on it. We strive to empower you and our other clients to manage your risks by combining top-tier consultants with cutting-edge technologies. If you recall the amortization study, the board deliberated on the amortization policy, and you spent several hours, and we provided tools that help you, we felt, empowered you to make your decisions because you were evaluating the options based on the results that our tools were showing. So as far as our attributes, we've built a reputation for hands-on approach. And when we say hands-on approach, even I heavily spent time programming our models, the models you saw at the amortization policy, the stochastic ones, I personally programmed. I think it's rare for CEO of a firm to be involved in the work. We don't have backroom programmers or actuaries doing the work, and then we present the results. We require all of our actuaries to be hands-on. And I think that is something that is unique in our industry. We also have a very rigorous quality control because we don't have liability limits. We want to make sure that we don't fall into potential litigation with mistakes. So we have an internal team that audits every single one of our clients every 3 years independently and issues a report card on the quality of the work of that. And we also, I'm not going to talk about all these, we have a multi-team structure. We insist that all clients are staffed from people from multiple offices. Never have a client be a client of an office. That really served us well when the pandemic hit. But the reason we do that is I found in my former firm and other firms, offices tend to compete with each other for clients. And that's never happened at Chiron. So those are some of these attributes that we brainstormed internally at our internal meetings, what characterizes Chiron, and this is what we came up with.
And with those attributes and with our whole company as a whole, Chiron has significant public sector experience across the entire United States. We work on many statewide plans and many local government plans as a company as a whole. The list here is not exhaustive of all the accounts that Chiron works on, but it highlights a few to show the span of clients across the country. The ones highlighted in red are clients that we have worked through and helped through challenges that they have overcome with our consulting and guidance and expertise. So we've shared with you a little bit about Chiron and our background and our history, and now we'd like to jump into your Chiron team. So Jean and I have been before you for every meeting that you all have attended here at SDCERS. Jean has been part of the SDCERS team since 2005. I have been part of the SDCERS team since the very first day that I joined Chiron. It was the first project that I was put on in 2008. So I started as an analyst and worked my way through to become your lead consultant on this account. But it doesn't stop with just the two of us. Our team is very robust, very deep, and we have many actuaries across Chiron who work on the projects. Our project managers, Matthew Wells and Leanne Maloney, they each have over a decade of experience with Chiron. Our peer reviewers, which Jean mentioned through our quality control process, Mike Maley, specifically his focus with over 30 years of experience in California public sector work. Janet Crana, also over 30 years of public sector work. They work on the projects with us to peer review not only the cyclical every 3 years internal audit, but should there be a special project, and we know that there are quite a few special projects that have taken place over the years with SDCERS, they peer review those special projects to give it fresh eyes and the attention that it needs to meet our internal rigorous quality control standards. We also have team members at Chiron who are specialize in certain work that your plan needs. We have 415 calculations and the POB valuations that are performed and done by Ann Harper and Jackie King, as well as our PEPRA expert, Graham Schmidt, when we're working on cost studies and plan evaluations for the port and the airport. And I'd like to turn it over to Ann and Graham to introduce themselves since they were able to join us today.
Hello, I'm Ann Harper, and I've been, can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, great. I'm Ann Harper, and I was Chiron's first West Coast actuarial consultant, opening the San Diego office 17 years ago. I'm on the California Actuarial Advisory Panel, appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom. I'm also a consultant on several California public sector systems, large systems, including the City and County of San Francisco, San Jose Police and Fire, and several SACERS systems where I work with Graham Schmidt, and we've been working together for over 10 years now. So in addition to my specialty role here at SDCERS, I work with Alice as well on the San Luis Obispo County Pension Trust and San Diego Transit.
Thanks. I'm Graham Schmidt. I've been an actuarial consultant for over 25 years, specializing in California public sector work. Like Ann, I've been a member of the California Actuary Advisory Panel for over a decade. I've worked with almost every large system in California, either as a valuation actuary or the auditing actuary, including doing an audit for you all, SDCERS, prior to my work with Chiron. I also audited CalPERS, CalSTRS, the UC systems, all of the LA systems. I'm the actuary, the valuation actuary for 6 of the 20 SDCERS systems and have audited 13 of the others. And for the other one, LaSera, I'm the actuary for the county based on Greg's recommendation. I'm a frequent speaker at CalPERS and SDCERS events, including the investment symposium happening at Berkeley, where I'll see a couple of you all on Monday.
Now we'll talk about items that we believe sets us apart. And several of these items we're going to touch upon in later slides. So I'm just going to focus on one in particular that we don't talk about later. It says specialized experience dealing with regulators. Back in 2007 or 8, somewhere in, or even 6 it could have been, SDCERS was in danger of losing its qualification status with the IRS because of the things that happened during MP1 and 2. And working with Chiron is the IRS former chief actuary, Jim Holland. And there were several meetings in Washington, D.C. I remember your CFO of the city, along with your executive director. We all met with the IRS. And working with Jim Holland, we were able to get a favorable determination letter. And without that letter, it would have probably caused the system to have to completely terminate. Technology, you'll hear throughout, and there are a number of different things. You've seen our interactive models. You recently saw the stochastic models. We put models online. We work with Boston College on their public plan database. We've actually developed smartphone apps for clients and the like. And recently, we've been diving into AI. And Graham Schmidt, who's here, is sort of heading that effort for Chiron. We're not sure exactly how we're going to use it, and we're very cautious about it. That's why the question mark. But we believe that advancing technology, you should take advantage of it, but recognize what the risks might be.
And the examples of that technology that you have seen, every time when we prepare an actuarial valuation report, we provide deterministic projections for the city, the port, and the airport. So in our ongoing work for SDCERS with the valuation, we prepare these projections to allow you to see, have some insight into how that progress and the steady growth and the planning will be forward-looking for the system. And these deterministic projections are always included in our reports as well as the risk assessment section. We also do the stochastic projections, which we all saw together January and March, how starting with the deterministic projections, we were able to assess and evaluate the situation that the city was in with their amortization policy. And we took it one step further and went to the stochastic projections to understand better what the various scenarios would imply for them in their future funded status and contributions. So it really ties in how that technology, not only do we have the technology, we use the technology, and it serves us in the consulting for you.
One of our, I believe, Chiron's core strengths, and maybe the biggest thing I would like to highlight in this presentation, is our ability and experience in navigating plans through turbulent times. Certainly SDCERS was in a turbulent time. The pension systems of the state of Illinois are in horrible shape. There's 5 of them. We were hired by the legislature to audit the actuaries for all 5 systems, and we've been able to get the systems to modify assumptions and methods to be more reasonable. New Jersey is notorious for underfunding, and we're the actuaries there, and we finally got them to start paying their ADC. Dallas Fire and Police, I don't know how public this is, but they had a drop program through 2017. The drop program guaranteed a minimum interest rate of 8%, and you could stay in drop after you've retired, and you could take your money in and out. The plan almost went insolvent. There was a run on the bank, and we were called in to try to fix that. City of Detroit went through bankruptcy. The city hired us in this case because the bankruptcy really was driven by the pension plan costs, and the city had 8 years to try to build up a plan to start paying the funding for the pension system. and we succeeded, and the city is now paying their pension. But the thing I'm most proud of, and probably most proud of in my entire career, is that back in 2016, there were over 200 multi-employer pension funds, that's joint union and management, that were going insolvent within 10 years. And we were brought in by Congress, Senator Schumer and Sherrod Brown of Ohio, to help devise some type of plan that would save these plans. When President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act, within it was a plan to save all these 250 plans and 3 million participants from losing their benefits. And it just seems like if there's a problem out there, inevitably we get called upon, and that's something I wanted to highlight today.
And all of this ties back to San Diego having the turbulent times we entered. And since that time, we have been able to gain deep institutional knowledge of your system in order to best help your members, to help your plan sponsors, to help the board make informed decisions to ensure that benefit security and that the money is there for those benefits to be paid in the future for all members, current active members and retirees. We have an exhaustive list. This is an extensive list, but not all of it, that we do for the system. Every one of these projects is very involved, very detailed. Gene and I, as he mentioned, we are hands-on in the work that we do for you. Graham and Ann are involved in certain portions of these projects. We have a very robust team that is participates in the work here. In fiscal year 2024 alone, we worked roughly 3,000 hours on SDCERS work. And we believe that the value of how much we know about your system is unmatched. Our track record has shown that we can come in and discuss with the board where attention is needed, where problems need to be solved, where issues need to be ironed out, and we come together through our consulting and expertise, through your questions and concerns and insight into what your plan sponsors and the membership need to be able to solve those and forward-looking for future stability for the system. So, for example, Proposition B. We were with SDCERS when Proposition B first went on the ballot, and we were asked to perform cost studies on the impacts of that. And we were with SDCERS on the other end of it when Proposition B was unraveled, and we're in the thick of unwinding Proposition B for the thousands of members who were hired by the city in that 10-year period, who are now have been and are being reinstated into SDCERS.
So we're now going to talk about cybersecurity and DEI diversity. And Alice, you'll start with the cybersecurity.
Chiron takes cybersecurity very seriously, and a few of these items up here demonstrate that. We have an internal information protection policy and committee committed to staying up to speed with the highest standards for all of the employees and all of our systems that we use. We have very specific client data access policy, which only allows Chiron team members to access client data for the accounts for which they serve and not open access to data. We perform annual cyclical outside testing to ensure that there are no vulnerabilities. We have ongoing training for all of our staff with cybersecurity and information protection. Our health clients and our health accounts, they have business associate agreements. And all of our computers and all of our systems have the highest standards of protection on the whole disk encryption, endpoint protections, email scanning, firewalls, et cetera. And an example of this is the enterprise cloud storage that we use, Box. So all of our work product, our data is stored on Box. Those Box only has US data centers. In order to access the files on Box, we have two-factor authentication. There is ongoing monitoring of all touch points in and out of Box and logging of all activity on Box with alerts which come through should anything be flagged. Ongoing on that. The data centers are distributed so that should there be a disruption at one data center, it does not affect the system because it's spread across multiple data systems centers across the U.S. And in addition, Box is SOC 2 compliant to meet the standards for cybersecurity.
So with respect to diversity, we actively engage with educational institutions. We recruit from, it says up there, HBCU. It's historically black colleges and universities. And we have a number of internal policies. But I think the most important thing isn't what our policies and programs are, but what are the results of those. So the leadership at Chiron, we have 4 females on our board of directors. Our chief operating officer is an Asian female. The head of our health plan division is a female. Our recruiting director is a female. Our finance director is an Asian female. Our chief programmer is an Asian male. Our human resource director is a black female. And our communications director is an Asian female. And more than 50% of the employees at Chiron are either women or ethnic minorities. And I think the results of who we are more important than the policies and the programs. And that concludes our presentation. And at this point, happy to answer any questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you again for your presentation. I was interested in your comment about an independent internal audit of your own work that's done every 3 years. When was the most recent such audit?
It was done 2 years ago.
And are the results of these audits provided to the client?
They are not. It's the client can ask for it, but so we have at Chiron. A couple of staff members, but one in particular who performed the audit for SDCERS, that he has a very robust scorecard of all of the items that he looks into, and he recodes the entire, so all of our valuation software recodes everything from scratch to confirm. He independently reads the city charter, the plan documents for the port and the airport, the municipal code, the board policies, to see that everything that we are doing is in line and correct.
Okay. Greg, were you aware of this practice at Chiron?
I do know that they have audits done. I have not seen the report.
Okay, very interesting.
May I ask a follow-up question along those lines?
Sure.
Who performs these audits? Are these peer reviews, or is there an audit function in your company?
There's a particular actuary, Mike Maley, who Alice mentioned, who's extremely strong in his ability to program valuation software and very meticulous with the data. And he approached us years ago. He was actually in-house actuary at San Jose, and prior to that, he was with Siegel. But he approached us about a position, and I knew his strengths were the programming and the detailed information on data and all that, but I knew he wasn't a consultant. But I thought, this would be an ideal person to have in this firm to look at all our clients every 3 years. And it's not just him now. There are people assisting him. And, we make a big mistake in a multi-billion-dollar fund, there's a potential major lawsuit. And so it's worth our while to have this person in-house. I think he's been around at least a decade.
Right.
Can you explain the ownership structure of the company? I'm assuming you're not employee-owned, right?
We're totally employee-owned.
Okay.
I believe we have 17 equity partners, and we have no intention. I mean, there are many other firms that continue to want to buy us, but we have no intention to ever sell Chiron.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions by the board?
We also
go
have a
ahead,
video
Chris.
if you want to see it.
So Gene, is there a commitment that these two co-leads are going to be together during the entire contract, or is there any
No,
changes on
there's
the
a commitment.
future?
I will be here the entire term of the contract, but I think we both thought we should make others more visible now and then, like especially Ann and Graham, instead of hiding everybody in the background. But yes, there is a commitment.
Any other questions? So Greg, how do we proceed from here?
Well, we could leave the room, let the board.
If you could thank Chiron for coming in today, and then
And if, Greg, if you can share with them the PowerPoint version of this, tell them there's a video at the end of the firm. And
Well, thank
Alice
you,
is one of-
Chiron, for coming, and also thank you for responding to the RFP, as well as thank you for your service to date.
Thank you.
There's a video? We missed the video? Sound and light, wow.
So do we have internal discussion at this point?
yes, so now we can talk about the strengths and weaknesses of the two firms, or if somebody feels very strongly and they would like to make a motion to hire one or the other, that would be appropriate at this time.
Well, I know at the beginning I asked if the staff had a recommendation, and you indicated you could provide some overview of the staff's position about each firm. Can you give us that overview?
I certainly can, but I noticed that Mr. Shearson had raised his hand, so
that's
okay. Thank you. So, as I had mentioned in my introductory comments, that we received 6 RFPs responses, and all the firms were qualified. I think there was these 2 firms stood out from the rest on an overall basis. Some different firms were stronger than others in certain areas, but the Chiron team and the Siegel Company really demonstrated overall the strength of their proposal, their ability to communicate through that proposal, and what they're bringing to the table. I will say that I really appreciated Mr. Tauser's comments. I think that firm, the Siegel Company, is a bigger firm. So when you look at that, I think they have some more, I want to use the word corporate resources. They have a little bit deeper strength across. So that's one of their strengths. The team that they provided, I think, was a definite asset. When I look at what they're doing with regards to information security and inclusion, diversity and inclusion, I think they've got a good program, and they're still more in the beginning of their journey, but very, very, very solid. So looking at them, it's really their team and their strength in California. The downside of that is their strength in California. They've got a lot of clients, and that's why I was very concerned with who would be showing up here at our meetings to give the board guidance. And so I was very glad to see that commitment from both co-leads that they will be here and providing guidance to this board should they be our actuary. So those are the strengths of Siegel. When I look at the strengths of Chiron, I think Ms. Alsberg said it very, very clearly. There is not another firm out there that knows us as well as Chiron does. And in some cases, sometimes I think they know us better than we know ourselves. They really understand our plan design, how it's put together. And I look at that, and so that is very strong. I look at their ability to communicate through their reports and their processes. I think they have a little bit of edge over Siegel in that regard. 2 great firms, both great choices. So then I look at the cost factors, and they're in the relatively same price range. There are some small differences. I think if we look at the retainer work, Siegel has a slightly lower cost point, about $20,000 a year estimated. But that is a very small percentage relatively. But if we look at the special work, special work, even though the Gene has a higher billing rate than Todd, most of the work gets done at the middle levels. And for that, Chiron's going to have a lower price point there for special projects. Are we done with special projects? Absolutely not. We have heard that the city of San Diego is working with their police represented employee groups, organizations, to do some additional work with those pension plans. So we are just finishing up be reopening the plans. I think there's going to be a new project coming up in the coming year. So there's going to be a lot more special project billable hours coming up. So with that, so now I'm still kind of saying two great choices. The last thing would be the integration of, the transition. It is not as simple as just going, hey, next year we're going to have a new actuary come give us a report. The actuary provides us a lot of infrastructure in actually doing calculations, and it's built into our systems. And so it will take time and energy if we do change actuaries to actually retool our internal programs. So for me, if I had two equal decisions, I would just stay with the incumbent so I don't have to mess with my information systems. So, that is, something that I consider. But again, the reason I really wanted to bring two of these firms, because I think they're both very, very good firms. And it's really which ones do you connect with? Which ones do you feel that have the ability you can work with, so to speak? So that's kind of my perspectives on these two firms.
Thank you, Greg. Are there other questions or comments? Cliff?
Real quickly, Greg, are there areas where in working with Chiron over the past, say, 3 to 4 years, there have been areas of material friction or, shall we say, disappointment that the board might need to be aware of as we evaluate the possibility of renewing their contract or taking the contract to a third party?
I would say nothing material. The one thing that I've noticed in my relationship with Gene and Alice is that they're optimists and they really want to deliver. And sometimes they overpromise. But I will say that, like the Siegel Company, they have always met their deadlines. They've always delivered a good quality product. I believe Chiron to be a firm with the utmost integrity. And I've really enjoyed working on, I've had some large actuarial projects back in 2018 and then mostly this past year. And the integrity of which they approach those programs of really just trying to find the best solution to support this board was tremendous.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or thoughts?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'd like to I'd like to thank the committee that chose these folks and looked at the other four as well. I think, Karina, you were on that, and I think there was one other person, Greg?
Mr. Tran.
Yeah. So you guys did a superb job, and this was obviously not a very easy choice to make. My preference, if I can voice one, is to stay with Chiron. We're not done with Proposition B yet. As Marcel indicated, the police may have some issues that we need to grapple with, and I just don't think that this is the time to change horses in midstream. We just got over a rather invigorating discussion with the city on funding their pension plan. I don't think we need another one at this point, so.
Was that a motion? Is that a motion, Paul?
I would make a motion that we stick with Chiron.
Okay. Are there any questions or concerns about Paul's motion? All right, do we have a second?
I second. Paul Lotz.
If I could just get a second, too.
I think she's got to
She's got to put it
as
up.
Chiron.
Do you have any feedback?
Nope.
Chris? Okay.
Thank you.
So, Paul, you want to move? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
wait a minute, I got to get,
That's okay.
Too late. Cliff made the motion.
hang on a minute.
That's all right.
I'm really pretending.
I don't have the
to
right screen up. Sorry, there we go.
Hold himself
Okay.
back.
Are we voting?
We are
Sorry.
voting.
I was on the wrong screen.
And with all votes in, Madam President, this motion passes 9-0.
All right. thank you. And I would also echo, thank you, Greg, and to the team for this very great effort. It's really critical that we have an actuarial that we feel comfortable with, as you said, Greg, and that works well with this team. So thank you all. So with that, how are we going to proceed with the next item? In the interest of time?
Yeah, so you and I had talked about that we were going to postpone that presentation for.
You and I had talked that we were going to postpone the information items to a future meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is that okay to the board, just in the interest of time? Okay.
Both fiduciary and insurance?
Mm-hmm, both information items, because they're related. They need to go together.
Can you tell me what are you
So,
talking about?
so we are,
Fiduciary education for SDCERS, as well as the insurance and protection for board members.
so we're under the information items under business operations,
Okay.
B1 and 2.
Okay.
And in the interest of time, we were hoping that we could invite our fiduciary counsel, Ms. Dunning, back to a future meeting to present her information. And I hate asking Ashley to be here today and then asking her to go home, but I don't think we'd be well served to rush her through that presentation.
Right.
It is very, very important, and we should take the time.
Absolutely.
The second item was actually asked by Louis Nguyen.
And he's not
seeing
here
that he's not
anyway.
here today,
Mhm.
it's kind of nice that we'll be able to do it when hopefully he can attend.
And we do apologize, Ashley, for you having to come in, but we'd love to see you next time.
No worries, I'm happy to see you all today and in September.
Okay, great. So
It's
with,
billable hours no matter what,
Yeah,
so.
It's double overtime.
so with that, we'll move to the audit committee report, and I'll ask our acting chair, Paul Kaufman, to give us out a report.
I'll try and work through this as, thank you, Madam President. I'll try and get through this as quickly as possible. We did appoint the audit chair, which is going to be Bobby, coming up. The vote was 3-0 in favor of Bobby. We did approve the FY25 internal audit plan, as stated in the package that you received this week. Information items, there's no action required here from the board, but we did look at the 2024 audit service plan with MGO and their respective plans moving forward. We felt quite comfortable with that. We looked at the internal audit report, no significant items on that. The reports that we did look at and reviewed, there was an internal audit division report, which was completed effectively, and then the information technology division report provided by Michelle, which was quite good. I would like to add one little note here. In that context, the IT report, we received a outstanding discussion review on the penetration study. And I would strongly recommend that at some point, the board, through some kind of a contained review, take a look at that. It's a real eye-opener. This is no longer your grandfather's IT department.
Right.
That was clearly coming through on this. So, closed session, should I talk about closed session items here at this point or not?
Generally, we don't talk too much about closed session.
Okay.
It's supposed to be closed and private.
Then I'll skip those. And I guess public employee compensation for Sarah, we will discuss later. So,
Okay.
And that concludes my remarks.
Right, great. Thank you, Paul. And as a reminder, we'll be addressing the Chief Internal Auditor's performance evaluation and compensation later in our agenda. And now we are going to move on to Section 7, a report out by our Disability Committee. So I'll ask our committee chair, Tom, to provide that report.
Thank you. The Disability Committee met yesterday, and we welcome Paul Kaufman as a new committee member. Thank you for your service, Paul. I look forward to working with you on the committee. Before I review the action items and make a motion for the consent agenda items 1 through 4 for approval, are there any action items that the board members would like to pull for a separate vote? All right, seeing none. Starting with consent agenda item number 1, staff's recommendation to approve the non-industrial disability retirement application of Mr. Jackson. The committee approved Mr. Jackson's application for non-industrial disability retirement as his application was supported by evidence of being permanently disabled, his disability being attributed to his work duties, and his disability cause for the need of leaving city employment. Are there any questions from the board on this item?
No.
Moving to consent agenda item number 2, staff's recommendation to approve the continuance of the adjudication deadline for Bernice Herrera's industrial disability retirement application. The committee approved Ms. Herrera's request to extend the deadline to complete her disability application hearing. Are there any questions from the board on this item? Moving to consent agenda item number 3, staff's recommendation to approve the continuance of the adjudication deadline for Joel Epstein, his industrial disability retirement application. The committee approved Mr. Epstein's request to extend the deadline to complete the disability application hearing. Any questions on that? Seeing none. Moving on to consent agenda item number 4, Disabilities Committee's motion to direct staff to work with the City of San Diego to address instances where the city has determined an injured employee is no longer able to perform their duties, but SDCERS determines the employee is not entitled to a disability retirement benefit. The committee approved staff working with the City of San Diego's Risk Management Department to find a solution to take care of city employees should the employee be eligible for workers' compensation benefit, no longer be able to accommodate by the city, and found to be ineligible for the SDCERS disability benefit. The committee is hopeful the collaboration approach will be more effective than the letters sent to the city on the issue in 2000 and in 2012. The committee also requested the city's chief financial officer be invited to the meeting and for staff to provide updates to the disability committee on the status of the project beginning at the September meeting. Any questions on this item? Chris?
Yeah, just I think you raised the suggestion that Mr. Vespi be copied on that letter that was in our backup material. Is that
Right.
what you were referring to?
That's what I just referred to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're good on that. Thank you.
And so Mr. Vespi's going to come to the meeting next meeting.
Greg?
Yeah, so the concept here is, in past years, we had sent a letter to the city. It was like a one-way communication. So we're going to try it again, but we're going to enter into a dialogue with risk management, who's responsible for the workers' compensation programs. So hopefully we can come up with a solution. And the disability chair, Mr. Battaglia, said, perhaps it would be a good idea to invite the city's chief financial officer, Mr. Vespi, to these meetings to help find a solution, to give some gravitas to the proceedings.
So would that be at the committee level or the full board?
So I plan to take our team, walk down the street, and meet with risk management. And try to craft a solution. And then if we can find a solution, we'd bring it back to the disability committee and say, hey, this is what we found. This is the path forward, whatever that is. And eventually that probably would go up to the board.
Okay.
If I could just clarify, so or add something to the discussion. So at the disability committee the last time, there was a recommendation that the disability committee bring something forward to this board to send a letter from this board to the city council. And what Greg's suggesting is, before we do that, because it didn't work very well last time, give us a shot at working with staff on that to see if we can make some progress, as opposed to just sending off a letter that may not resonate.
Yeah.
And so the backup is, if I understand correctly, if this doesn't work, then we'll come back and ask for a letter to the city council saying, here's what we would like you to do.
Okay.
All right, thank you. If there's a button to move this item, I'll move to the approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 4. There it goes.
There's no second.
No.
And if you can please vote.
And with all votes in, Mr. Chair, this motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Rosie. Staff provided a disability status report, and it's available in the board agenda package. The disability report provides an overview of the disability application review statistics, highlighting the caseload is in good shape, with all cases within the 18-month processing window except for one that's been delayed due to the member's non-related health condition. Are there any questions or comments from the board, members, or staff? Seeing none. Thank you, and back to you, Lisa Marie.
All right, well, thank you, Tom, for the committee report. We'll move on to Section 8 of the Business and Governance Committee, and I'll ask Chair Tom to provide that report.
Thank you. I was acting chair yesterday for the Business and Governance Committee, and we considered 3 action items. Before I review the action items and make a motion for consent agenda approval for action items 1 through 3, are there any action items the board members would like to pull for a separate vote? Seeing none. Starting with consent agenda item number 1, a staff's recommendation to establish an educational networking plan. Greg provided an outline of establishing an education networking plan to facilitate good working relationships between the board members and deliver a pension-related education through periodic offsite events. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of education networking plan. Are there any questions or comments regarding this item?
Greg, can you elaborate on what your plan is?
Absolutely. So as part of our action plan of this year, there's a number of board support items, and one of them is doing the networking events. And so the concept would be that we would hold 3 events during the year. It's really having a time just to be together, kind of, social networking, then sit down and break bread together, have some dinner, and have a speaker come in and provide some education. And so be more of an informal meeting. So we wouldn't have any board business actions. It would really be the opportunity to spend time together and get some education. We do that 3 times a year. The first time we would do it, the idea is the night before we have our board offsite. We generally hold that in February. So the evening before that board retreat, we would get together and spend some time together and have a little bit of education. We would do another evening event the second Wednesday of April, and then again the second Wednesday of August. Again, we have tried to do scheduling with 13 people, and it is tough. And so that's what we're shooting for. And of course, we go out and canvass the board because you want critical mass. Are we going to get all 13 people? Perhaps not. But if we can get enough of us together, then we'll probably select a date and move forward. But that's kind of what we're going to calendar and shoot for, and hopefully we can do that. My hope is to have these at an informal session somewhere in San Diego County. We'll do our best to put it in the city, but at least somewhere in San Diego County we'll hold these events.
Well, thank you, Greg. I know that the board has been looking forward to these opportunities, so thank you for your effort.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that. Moving on to consent agenda item number 2, staff's recommendation to approve a contract with All-Star AC to replace and relocate the 3rd floor cooling system. Michelle presented a request to approve a project to replace the end-of-life HVAC cooling system for the SDCERS data center and to install the replacement cooling unit to be in a SDCERS leased space. The committee voted unanimously to recommend the board approve replacing the HVAC cooling system as proposed. Are there any questions on this item? And moving to consent agenda item number 3, staff's recommendation to amend Board Rule 2.00, additional contributions, 10.40, hearings before the committee and board, 10.100, appeal of final decisions, Division 5 of Board Rules, retirement benefits, and the conflict of interest policy. Johnny highlighted Rule 2.00 concerning additional contributions, Rule 5.00 concerning service retirement applications and the conflicts of interest policy code. The committee voted unanimously to recommend the board approve these policies and rule changes. The committee also discussed the city municipal code allowing employees to make additional contributions to SDCERS. However, such a program has not been utilized for nearly 20 years. Staff will be clarifying with the city for SDCERS to begin administering this program or the city amending the municipal code to reflect past practices. Are there any questions from the board on this item before I move to the approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 3? Chris?
Tom, I just wanted to just mention to the board that additional contribution thing has the potential to be a pretty significant benefit for city employees who want to avail themselves of it. And so if that does go forward, I think there's some real possibilities there, and it's already part of the municipal code, so it's not changing anything. It's just effectuating what's in the code at the present time. And apparently it was held up just based on a misunderstanding of IRS rules. So hopefully we can get it sorted out soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And if there's a button to move the items, I will. All right, Paul Kaufman will move the consent agenda items number 1 through 3, and if you could please vote.
And with all votes in, Mr. Acting Chair, this motion passes 9-0.
Great, and thank you, Tom, for serving as the acting chair.
I still have some few,
Oh, you still have some things?
few
Okay.
items.
Keep going.
Staff provided an informational item on the compliance program assessment. Staff hired a consultant to review our compliance program. Rebecca Walker, an attorney with Kaplan and Walker, performed the review and presented her report to the committee. Overall, the report was very positive, finding SDCERS has the most effective compliance program for an organization of its size that the firm is familiar with. Ms. Walker also highlighted short-term and long-term recommendations which could improve SDCERS compliance program. Are there any questions from staff or for staff on this item? Staff provided division reports and operational reports as they are available in your board package. Our interim member services director, Victoria Fedeliso, highlighted 2 staff recent internal promotions, Sarema Valenzuela, career advancing from assistant management analyst to associate management analyst, and Christia Rue on career advancing from clerical assistant 2 to a retirement assistant. Victoria also highlighted member services as leading the project of having 1,200 off-site storage boxes brought back to SDCERS to be evaluated for destruction or scanned for data security. Sandra provided an update on the retiree health transition to Benefits Outsourcing Solutions, or BOSS. Things are moving quickly, and the hope is to provide notice of the transition to the membership early this fall in advance of the November open enrollment period. She also noted that the Port District's new plan is in the governor's desk for signature, and staff is looking forward to work with the Port on the plan amendment and implementation of the plan into IRIS. Michelle provided an update on 2024 projects recently completed, including updates and improvements to the local backup solution, as well as the completion of the on-base upgrade. Michelle also previewed some of the 2025 IT projects the team will be working on this first quarter of the fiscal year. There were no questions or comments for Johnny, Ted. Sandra answered some questions and comments as part of her Benefits Administration Division on members owing excess of $10,000 report. And then the committee met in closed session to discuss the IT annual networking penetration testing report. SDCERS received very high marks for its network security and staff training efforts to identify and report phishing attempts. Are there any questions or comments from the board members or staff? All right, then back to you, Lisa Marie. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Tom, for serving as the acting D&G committee
My
chair.
pleasure.
At this point, I'll turn over to Cliff to go over the investment committee.
Thank you, Lisa Marie. The investment committee of the board met yesterday afternoon. There were 2 action items on the consent agenda and a number of information items. Both consent agenda items will be summarized, and the consent agenda will be voted following discussion for both items. The first action item is the asset allocation review and recommendation. As background, as I'm sure everyone is aware, but just as a general reminder, most academic research shows that over 90% of investment performance over long periods of time is really driven by asset allocation. And so this is very important for us, obviously, and it's something we do, once a year?
That's correct.
So with that, let me turn things over to Karina and to Katie.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As Cliff mentioned, we do the asset allocation study every year, and every 3 to 5 years, we look at the asset liability study. So this study, the asset allocation study, holds constant that level of risk that we've determined is appropriate through the asset liability modeling study, which is 78% to what we call return-seeking assets and 22% to risk-reducing assets. So holding that level of risk constant, what this study does is try to determine the optimal portfolio construction at that level of volatility, which works out to be just a little bit north of 10.5%. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Katie, and she can walk through the analysis in further detail.
Great, thank you, Karina.
Good afternoon, or good morning still, everybody. As Karina alluded to, we had a robust discussion yesterday with the investment committee, so I plan to hit the highlights, but please interrupt as there are questions or comments as we go through this. I wanted to pull up page 4 quickly, as this was what we presented during the February board retreat and just reemphasizes the governance structure and the process that you all go through in setting your asset allocation, which, as Mr. Shearson pointed out, is one of the most important decisions you make on the investment portfolio. And so we start with the asset liability study. As a reminder, you are at a return-seeking or a risk level that we define as 78% to return-seeking assets and 22% to risk-mitigating assets. Through the previous several asset liability studies, that has proven to continue to be an appropriate risk level, and we will restudy that come early 2025 to take account the updated circumstances of SDCERS and the market environment to reconfirm or modify that risk level. Today, we're talking about the asset allocation study, which you do on an annual basis, and to ensure that we have the appropriate mix of return-seeking assets and risk-mitigating assets, and identify if there are any potential changes that may make sense. We are in a little bit of a unique situation that we just made some changes last year that are still in the works, and I'll cover the update on that, as well as with the asset liability study coming up. But the message here is that we think that your asset allocation is appropriate, and there's a lot to like with what you have, and that's why we are not making any recommended changes. If we flip ahead 2 pages, one more, there, thank you. Here, this is kind of the takeaway page if you were to look for a summary, and what we've identified on the left here are all the key considerations in setting asset allocation. As we've set this over the years, we've taken a risk-focused approach, and that stems from diversification. That's going to be your greatest risk mitigation tool, having a diversified set of assets, and you've done a great job of that, and that has helped smooth the pattern of returns over time. Next is your return needs. Obviously, you need to grow the portfolio, and we want to make sure that that's at an appropriate level. Our expectations are 7.3% based on our latest capital market assumptions, and this is ahead of your actuarial assumed rate of return of 6.5%. Liquidity is something that we'll study in the asset liability study, but you all have an appropriate liquidity level. We've stressed this. We looked at this last year as well when we added some more illiquid investments. Roughly 65% of your portfolio is allocated to liquid investments, and that's important so that you can pay your benefits and pay them on time, not only in normal scenarios, but in stressed scenarios as well. We also looked at efficiency of the portfolio. Are we maximizing the risk we're taking to achieve a return, maximizing that return? And we did some analysis that shows that you have a very efficient portfolio, given the level of risk that you're taking, inflation protection long-term, and unexpected protection short-term, as well as downside protection are other key areas. Not only do you have that 22% risk mitigating portion of your portfolio, you also have a diversified portfolio, and this came into play in 2022 recently. Equities and bonds, a large chunk of the portfolio were both down double digits, but you had things like infrastructure, real estate, your managed futures that all had positive and notably positive returns. And so that's another aspect of downside protection, is not just that risk mitigation, it's the diversification you've had. And then flexibility. Having the opportunity fund allows you to invest in things that may not fit within the rest of the asset allocation, may be timely, but provides you flexibility in your policy to invest in those when the timing makes sense. So I'm going to jump ahead to the next section. We did go over yesterday our capital market assumptions in detail and how we build those up. But if we flip, sorry, I was going to go to, you can do it. We didn't practice, if you can tell. So jumping to your asset allocation, and we will cover the capital market assumptions for your plan, so I don't want you to think we're skipping over that. But here, just to show a picture of your asset allocation. Again, on the right-hand side, we broke out that 22% risk mitigating portfolio, but all the colors show the diversification that you have in your return-seeking portfolio, and that has been beneficial over time. I also like this page because it identifies the deliberate role of each of these asset classes, which have been added and modified over time for a specific purpose in your portfolio. And when we look at performance, it's important to think back to these roles that these asset classes are intended to play, to make sure that they still continue to make sense and that they're serving the purpose that they were intended to. Here, just really quickly, again, I'd mentioned some changes that were made last year. Some of these were just restructuring changes. For example, shifting out managed futures from the Opportunity Fund to diversifying. Others will take some time, like reaching the 5% to private debt, reaching the 4%, which is an additional 1% from where you are today, to infrastructure. And so these are things that are in the works. They will take time because they are illiquid asset classes, but we've made progress on some of the changes from last year as well. Okay, so there we go. This slide looks at our capital market assumptions. These are a large part of our asset allocation reviews, as well as the asset liabilities study. And what you have here is SDCERS policy on the left-hand side of this table, and then our long-term, and these are 30-year projections, and puts together both 10-year and 30-year. Given your circumstances, we tend to lean on the longer end. 30-year expectations for return and risk. And risk here we're defining as the volatility of those returns or standard deviation. And then when we put that all together and run our analysis for at the total fund, expectations are at the bottom. You can see that that amounts to about 7.3% expected return over the next 30 years at a risk of about 10.6%. Now, if you look up, you can see where this is coming from. Those return-seeking assets, equities were generally expecting around a 7% return. Some of the alternatives, private equity, infrastructure, private debt, we're expecting something a little bit higher than that. And then if you shift your eyes to the right-hand column, you can see that those higher expected returns come with a higher level of volatility. And so we're mindful of the risk-reward trade-off when we're thinking of asset allocation. The other thing that comes into play here are the correlations. And that lends itself to how does infrastructure return when equities are rallying, or how do these asset classes interplay with each other, and that's the diversification benefit that you are getting. So if you couldn't just take a weighted average to get to the 7.3%. Yes.
So just to kind of walk through a couple of these numbers, if you look at the bottom box, the expected nominal return of 7.29 and the standard deviation is 10.58%. So that's one standard deviation?
That is one standard deviation.
So if I remember from statistics class a long, long, long time ago, you have the mean, or sorry, you have the mean at the high point of the bell curve and 10.58% to the left and 10.58 to the right. That boundary represents roughly 66% of sort of what you're expecting. So there is a finite chance that we could have negative returns, 7.29 minus 10.58, over a substantial portion of the range of sort of scenarios that you all have run.
Yes.
So this isn't by no means guaranteed.
Absolutely.
And I also wonder really the value of a 30-year projection of financial markets under any scenario, but we'll leave that for cocktails, I suppose. But well,
I appreciate
at the offsite, never at a board meeting.
Right.
But just so that do we get this right? That it's nice to have these numbers. It's helpful to have these numbers. It's useful to have these numbers, but they're not absolutes in any way.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And I might draw the attention to the right-hand side of this page, which shows a distribution of expected returns. It's not going to be exactly the math that you laid out, but what this shows is a probability, and we're trying to lean away from tethering this expectation of 7.3% and speak more about it as probabilities. The way that we run this is to think about this another way is there's a 50% probability that the plan will earn a 7.3% return or higher or lower. Another way to think about this distribution is we expect a 50% probability of earning between 6% and 8.6%. And I'm looking at the right-hand chart there, which is the distribution of our expectations over the 30-year period. and looking between the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile, which is that gray box. So again, these are probabilities. We are certainly going to be wrong if I am here 30 years from now and looking at what this portfolio earned. But again, it is to provide a general direction of where we expect returns to be. And generally what we've seen over the past few years is interest rates have risen. This has generally boosted expected returns. Equity returns have fluctuated a little bit based on valuations, and we do update them. There was a comment made earlier during this meeting that they will fluctuate, and that's because we're trying to take in the latest information from capital markets into our assumptions, and we update them quarterly. So they will fluctuate, but we want to use them for directional interest.
A quick question, Katie, I'm sorry to interrupt here.
Not at all.
And I'm not an expert on this, so if I'm off base, would somebody please shut me up? Is there any benefit to us considering hedging on the downside for some of these risks?
You could definitely consider
Done
that.
that in the past. I'm not aware that we've actively done that in the past.
Yeah, there's different approaches to doing, and it will depend on how you define downside.
Yeah.
Some have used some types of leverage, which doesn't come as free, and there are risks to doing that. There are other ways to implement through certain types of hedge funds that will have investment strategies that can hedge on the downside. There's other, if you're thinking of like a flight to quality situation, some of your peers have allocated to long duration bonds as kind of like an insurance policy. You've seen that during COVID, right? That long bonds did really well. But there's trade-offs there, right? On what your expected risk return, what the volatility level is at. Long bonds are really volatile. So there are different strategies to hedge different scenarios. I would say that your asset allocation is very well diversified, and so you have a lot of different components to hedge different risks that we see in the market.
Would you advise that we consider some of those aspects or pieces of this portfolio or not? I don't know.
Yeah, portfolio insurance tends to be very expensive, and when it's time to exercise that insurance, a lot of others want to get out too. So it's, it's
There's a liquidity issue. Is that
yeah,
what you're
there's.
saying?
And so I think generally it's a very good practice to be well diversified. And as we've talked again and again, we are probably more diversified than some of our peers in terms of the amount that we're investing outside of public equities, particularly in our return-seeking allocations. So we do have a high allocation to private investments. As Katie noted, we have, per our policy, about 65% in more public traded assets, but about 35% modeled as private. We're a little bit south of that as we're trying to put money to work in private debt and also in core infrastructure currently. But certainly, that's higher than some peers. And so that's what we always talk about with our attribution story. When markets are rallying hard, SDCERS typically tends to lag. But over the long term, this very diversified portfolio is both efficient and is protecting on the downside.
How's our, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, how's our private equity piece of this going?
Can I ask that we hold that question?
Sure.
Because we'll do a performance summary in a few minutes.
Oh, okay,
but
sure.
So we can get
Absolutely.
through the flow of this. No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll cover it, I think.
Great. So I actually had jumped just to this page just to put some numbers behind what Karina had just said, and this shows SDCERS asset allocation in the purple dot relative to a distribution of your peers' asset allocations, and just highlights that you are on the lower end of public equity exposure deliberately, and you have more allocation to diversifiers. And this flows into when you do look at performance and where you rank relative to your peers will help interpret some of those ranks. And again, this is not what's driving your asset allocation. What's driving your asset allocation is the asset liability study we do, ensuring that the allocation you have in place is appropriate for the level of funded ratio, contribution volatility that the board can tolerate and think is appropriate. Just two more slides that I was going to hit really quickly. Looking back, we always show this chart, and I'll focus on the one on the left, and this shows your past 10-year risk and reward. So the risk has actually been lower than what we're projecting. We've been in a bit of an interesting environment over the past 10 years, lower volatility than expected. Your risk is mid-high single digits, returning north of 7%. We compare this to a simple portfolio that's 78% equity and 22% bonds to show you what you could have gotten with a very, indexed equity bond portfolio. And what this is showing is that you've earned a similar rate of return at a much lower level of volatility. And that's important for the nature of this plan. It's smoothed the pattern of returns. It's protected you when we've had years like 2022 where you ranked number 4th in the 4th percentile of your peer group because you had those diversifiers that cushioned some of the equity and bond drawdowns. That used to be, go ahead.
If you will, this gets to our commitment to pay benefits in a timely manner. The money's there.
That's right.
For all the plan members.
Yeah, and I think, thank you. And I think the asset liability study can put a finer point on that because we study that. What will a higher volatile portfolio do to your expected contributions and funded ratio and other financial metrics? And that's what we're trying, and that's how we build the asset allocation for plans. So just to wrap up, again, we are not making any recommended changes. We think the portfolio is in a really good space, very well diversified, with the expectations to generate a healthy return that we think is appropriate. It's on the efficient frontier. I didn't cover that page, but we covered that yesterday. Has a downside protection, inflation protection characteristics, and we will be revisiting the risk level here coming up in a few months during the asset liability study. So happy to take any.
Chris's question.
No, when we talk about performance later this morning, we'll
so
talk.
past this, okay.
Yeah. Because that'll be part of what they're prepared to talk about in any case.
Okay.
Dorena, any comments before we carry on?
No, I think.
Okay.
That's fine, thank you.
No, it's a consent agenda. We're going to hold up. So thank you both very much. The item was approved by the investment committee with a vote of 4 in favor, no opposed, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie, are you going to talk with us about our next action item?
I can, again, it's up to you.
I think it would be helpful if you would. The second action item was a discussion and a vote on the real estate policy and annual investment plan review and recommendation.
Hello, everyone. I think that I'm going to use a visual here. If Rosie, you wouldn't mind putting it back over here.
That's one of the information items, total fund performance right here.
My glasses.
Oh, I'm going to do it, and then we'll turn it over to them. Okay.
Sorry, a lot of pages to flip through here. Oh, I went too far. Great, so here's a good landing page, I think, that summarizes everything that's encapsulated in this item. First, beginning with the investment policy statement. We do review this on an annual basis, and we talk with the consultant. It involves a lot of discussions to figure out if we have the most efficient policies in place that work for the plan. In this case, for the real estate investment policy, we're looking at adding a real estate debt guideline. And currently, we have a maximum 30% guideline in the policy statement. And we're looking to add, instead of that, a 10% target exposure with a range of 0 to 20%. And what this does is it acts as a bit of an anchor for the real estate program, but also just kind of really sets out that this is a sub-allocation that we will be adding within the real estate portfolio. It's an ongoing thing. It's not a tactical allocation. In addition, there were a few other things that were changed within the policy, but those are not as major as that debt allocation. Moving into the annual investment plan, this really acts as our roadmap for the year for the real estate program. It says how we're going to invest, how many dollars we're going to invest, and what we're looking to target for those new investments. As you know, we look at the world in core and non-core. Core are your investments that are income producing, and your non-core, the return is coming from a mix of income and appreciation. So looking at that core piece first, we're looking to invest a total of $115 million in new commitments, and we're thinking about 40 of that will be to an existing commingled fund, and 75 million of that 115 will be to a new fund, likely either a diversified fund or perhaps looking at a multifamily fund where SDCERS could use a little more exposure. In addition, we would like to rescind the full redemption request for the MetLife Core Equity Fund. Now, this was something that was in our investment plan for last year where we rescinded that. That was really, we were over allocated at that point. Now we're under allocated. So now it makes sense to pull that redemption request back so that we can get additional dollars to work within the real estate program. We will remain in the queue for the UBS Trumbull Property Fund. We have been in this queue for quite a bit of time. We would like to continue to remain so. That fund is struggling on paying out its redemptions, as like over half of the value of the fund is looking to redeem. So we're one of many investors there, sadly. And then finally, I mentioned debt. We have two core debt funds, Mesa West and the MetLife Core Mortgage Fund. That is different from the MetLife fund I mentioned previously. We're looking to submit redemptions for that in an effort to rebalance the portfolio more toward non-core debt, where Makita, our real estate consultant, believes that there are more opportunities in the market. So as those new commitments come forward to you to approve, or I guess to the investment committee, excuse me, and that those are approved, we will then submit redemption requests on a commensurate basis, on a 50-50 basis between both of those two funds. Then moving to that non-core space, we're looking to allocate $70 million to new commitments to equity funds, and then $55 million to non-core debt funds that I just talked about with that Mesa West and MetLife. So with that, I can pause and see if there are any questions for me.
That was excellent, Jamie. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see.
No, it's okay. I just, are these essentially the, how can I articulate this? Are these investments in which we essentially pick an investment manager? I'm not sure who I'm asking this question of. Pick an investment manager who intends to invest in whatever, office space or something. And we invest with them, and then they decide where the money goes?
Yes, exactly. Okay. And in this case, we invest in 100% through commingled fund investments. SDCERS no longer does any investments. Like, we would not go out and buy an apartment building or an office building. We invest in, a fund, and they go out and they determine like whether it should be, if it's a diversified fund, they're going out investing in all 4 property groups. If it's targeted, like multifamily, they're going to only go out and buy multifamily.
Is it possible in this space to invest passively?
You can invest passively, but what we've seen, so you would do that through like REIT exposures.
Right.
And what we've seen is that those are super volatile, up and down, whereas your private markets are a little more smooth. So you really see a lot of volatility in your returns rather than kind of just chugging along.
The REITs have a higher correlation to equity.
Say again, please.
The REITs, the real estate investment trusts that are publicly traded, they have a higher correlation to equity.
Yeah.
They are, in fact, equity.
Sure. And I mean, there's a balance. They're liquid, so you don't end up with that situation where you can't you get your money back, basically, or whatever. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions? I'm sorry. That was great. Thank you very much. This action item was approved by the committee yesterday with a vote of 5 in favor, none against, and no abstentions. So are there any further questions from the board members on these items before we vote? If not, we will move to vote on a consent agenda. All right, I need a motion button on the screen, please.
Oh, there's already a mover.
I don't see it on mine,
Michelle
sorry.
Bush was already the mover.
Oh, good, thank you. Now we need to vote.
And with all votes in, Mr. Chair, this motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you, everybody. We're going to get to your question in just a second, Chris. The next information item has to do with the total fund performance, and I have some commentary, and then we'll turn things over to Corinna to talk a little bit about private equity for you. The total fund returned 2.9% net in first calendar quarter of the year, which underperformed our benchmark of 3.6%. Performance for the fiscal year to date is 6.6% net, which is also below the benchmark of 7.8%. Underperformance for both the quarter and the fiscal year to date has been driven primarily by the private equity portfolio, which has experienced some short-term underperformance, but has still delivered strong performance since inception. Public equities, return-seeking fixed income, real estate, and infrastructure all outperformed their benchmarks over the quarter. Now, with that, Corinna, maybe you want to, or Jamie, want to share some observations about how the private equity portfolio is doing?
Sure, I can provide some higher level detail. I'll turn it over to Jamie for some more specific detail. But as you know, we have a target allocation of 10% to private equity, and we divide it historically evenly across two advisors, Stepstone and GCM. So they each manage half. And we have been over-allocated to this space. And again, these are more illiquid assets. So it's not like you can go in, say, oh, I'm overweight, let me trade out of these and rebalance back to target. But rather, it takes time. To address that issue, which is not really specific to your question, but I'm getting there, we reduced the pacing, right? So we were having a higher amount that we were putting to work in private equity, but we scaled back recently. And that actually was a good move for the last year. If you look that, equity markets have done so well. So we reduced the pacing, and that would have been potentially a source for increased pacing had we not reduced the pacing in private equity. But when we look at our attribution, if we can pull forward to slide 9. This does get to your question, Chris, a bit at a higher level. So we have first quarter, we have 1 year, and then slide 10 has the 3 and 5 year. So let's just pay attention here. We'll go through each of these. So the first quarter, you can see that the big movement here is the negative 64 basis points. You're going to attribute negative 72 basis points of that, negative 64, basis points of underperformance to what we call selection within private equity. So this is not having to do with the over or under allocation to private equity, which is going to be globally reflected in that allocation effect of positive 4. So in other words, for the quarter, all of our over and underweights actually incrementally added 4 basis points within private equity. So just our private equity investments against what we call the benchmark, which is truly not a benchmark because it's not investable. It's the Burgess universe. It's a collection of fund returns. Against that benchmark, we underperformed, which is the purple bar to the left. You can see then we're going to pan over to the 1 year. Kind of similar effect going on here. A little bit on the allocation side, a little bit negative, all told. Again, equity markets did very well. And you see, again, the negative coming from private equity. I'm going to move forward. See on the trailing 3 and 5, kind of similar pictures are emerging. So you're seeing on the 3-year actually positive performance. So we're overcoming this negative selection effect, let's call it, through other allocations, other adds, for instance, in this case, U.S. equity. I believe this is a settlement because we're mostly passive there. So you can see that we're overcoming a little bit through opportunity fund as well. And on the 5-year, paneling over to the right side, you can see again down negative 56, and of that negative 56, negative 60 coming from private equity. So this is how it looks in terms of overall fund performance. So when we look at this, what we see globally is that we are struggling in private equity. It's like, why? Why are we struggling? This is a good question. It has to do with risk. it has to do with how much risk we're taking in the portfolio. So if you imagine that private equity runs a risk gamut, and at the very sort of low end of that risk spectrum, you have maybe your mega buyout funds, and at the high end of that risk spectrum, you have basically seed venture capital ideas. So these are very different types of investments. One may have established products and customers, maybe international locations. The other one may literally be two guys in somebody else's garage coming up with an idea that they want funding for. And kind of where do we invest along that spectrum, and also in comparison to our quote-unquote benchmark, the Burgess Index. So the Burgess has over half in buyouts. When we look at StepStone in particular, they don't have as much in buyout. They're heavily focused in growth and growth equity and venture capital to a lesser degree, but very heavily focused in growth equity. GCM is a little bit more conservative in posture. It looks a little bit more like the Burgess in the sense that it has a higher allocation to these buyouts. So I would say that growth equity in particular was hit pretty hard in this recent, run up in rates and the type of fundraising environment that we've had. And that selection or that focus of our portfolio on growth equity is explaining a lot of what we're seeing here. So that is at a high level. I'm going to hand it over to Jamie for some more detail on that.
So Karina is 100% correct. It is that overweight to growth equity, but it's also what we don't have. We don't have that higher exposure to buyouts that makes up that larger percent of the index, and we don't have that exposure, and that's the sector that performed the best over these last time periods. So that's another factor that is playing into that underperformance. With that actually, Karina explained it very well.
So let me see if I articulate this correctly, that private equity is a fairly new investable space, historically speaking, right? And for a while did really well in the big picture, right? I don't know how it's done in the aggregate more recently, but we decided to put 10% into it. Is there some point, if it continues to underperform, that we reevaluate that and say, hey, and where is that point, and how do we get off the train if we want to?
Well, first, we have an asset allocation discussion where this is a topic in the normal course, where there's an evaluation of every asset class. Getting off the train, however, these are long-lived investments. They're illiquid. Definitionally, I mean, the modeling, and I'm not a practitioner the way my colleagues here are, but the modeling is you are looking to get a premium return over time by virtue of agreeing to be in these illiquid vehicles. So it would be, if there were to be, and I'm not in any way recommending this, a decision to try to exit the whole thing, it would take years and years and years and years to get out. So I applaud my predecessors in developing this program of being deeply diversified. You have two big, highly regarded, big deal firms in the private equity space that we are working with. And within each fund, within the StepStone Fund and the GCM Grosvenor Fund, if I understand it correctly, you aggregate, we're in some 200 different investments. So we're very diversified there. And I think that whatever happened in the past is no assurance that's going to happen in the future. So if you were looking at a new investment yourself, you hear people say past performance is no assurance of future results. We can say the same thing here about our private equity. It is not blown up at all. The space in general is down, not us alone, but the whole industry is down from historic levels. And I had a conversation, in fact, when I was on vacation in May. Turns out there was another family at the same place we were, and the husband used to work with people I knew, and he founded a lower middle market private equity firm. And I go like, well, gee, what are you seeing? What are your colleagues seeing? And he was surprised that we are allocated only at 10% in private equity because a lot of other public plans are typically more like 15. So there are a lot of moving parts here. And we're going to monitor this in the normal course. Your question is fine. It's not, with great respect, not extraordinary because we should talk about the performance of every asset class, and we did do that at the investment committee.
And Chris, I would just like to tack on that we have looked at the structure of our private equity portfolio in May, and we are in the process of setting those risk parameters within the investment guidelines for the two advisors. When we first initiated the investments in private equity, the mandates were really just go anywhere, find the best ideas. And we want to be more holistic in terms of how we think about risk at the overall portfolio level, be cognizant of what is GCM doing, what is Stepstone doing, what are they doing together at an overall portfolio level. And if there is a bias that we are expressing through allocation, we need to be, as an organization, aware of that bias, right? So if it is not the intent to be more riskily postured than, for example, the Burgess universe, we will reflect that in the future allocations to the advisors and or changing the advisors' investment guidelines accordingly. So it's to become more holistic about risk management at the portfolio level as opposed to carte blanche to two advisors who go and find best ideas that may, as a portfolio, be more riskily postured than maybe where we intend to be.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry,
Amy.
one final point. The charts that we showed here were quarter, 1 year, 3 year, and 5 year. Those are relatively, back to Cliff's point, those are very short timeframes for private equity. We would expect to look at this over 10 and even longer. So if you look at our 10-year return, it's, 13.4%. And we're performing, above and in line with the benchmark, our two advisors. And then if you look on a since inception basis, we have 15.3% for private equity. And that's outperforming the benchmark for both advisors there. So I think those are more indicative of the program itself. But back to your point, this is something we are keeping a very close eye on. This is something we're working on the risk side to make sure that we know exactly how the portfolio has its risk posture so that then it's not something that catches us by surprise.
And just to tack on, we're also doing it for infrastructure because this was also another asset class that was sort of doled out with, for lack of a better way to put it, carte blanche to the advisors, just find the best ideas. But we want to think holistically about the exposures in the portfolio. And we've continued this process across all the asset classes, beginning with the private debt in terms of setting the blueprint for how to do these structure analyses so that we are in more control of the risk at the overall level.
Thank you.
All right, then. We have one more information item. Thank you, Corinna and Jamie, for this. The staff presented proposed amendments to the Investment Committee Charter and the board process on selection of independent, non-board members of the Investment Committee. Because the B&G Committee is responsible for changes to board governance documents, this item was before the Investment Committee as an information item only. The Investment Committee did not have any comments on the proposed amendments, and it understands the B&G Committee will hear this item at its September 2024 meeting. That concludes the information items. There are a large number of reports in the normal course that are available for your review. And with that, I would turn things over to the chair.
Can you just mention the DI survey a little bit?
Well, maybe Demetrius, since he worked on it, he can spend 2 minutes on it in the interest of time. I think it was very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Just 2 minutes, Demetrius. Yes.
Sure, happy to give a brief summary of this year's DE&I survey. Just a reminder that this survey we implemented last year as part of our larger ESG efforts that we've undertaken over the past few years. So what we did this year is the same as last year. We asked each one of our investment managers to report the percentage of gender diverse and racially diverse employees at each firm. And we asked this at different levels at the overall firm level and then at higher levels of each organization so that we can see how each firm is attempting to promote diversity throughout its organization. We also asked each manager to report on how these percentages have changed over the prior year. So we, just to summarize at a high level, the percentage of gender diverse employees when looking at the entire portfolio is on average 39%, and the percentage of racially diverse employees is on average 32%. These numbers have not changed dramatically over the past year, and rather than being simply an exercise in collecting data, this gives us a means to engage in dialogue with our managers. I think that's really the utility of this report right now. And as we continue to collect data over the coming years, we'll be able to engage in more effective dialogues with our managers.
Great. Thank you, Demetrius. Any questions? Okay, Cliff, anything further?
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the Investment Committee report. At this time, we'll be going into closed session. Is that correct?
Questions and comments from
Oh,
the board?
question. Any questions from the board or comments? Any questions from staff?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's a comment, isn't it?
Well, first, I wanted to congratulate Cliff. So thank you so very much for stepping up and taking a leadership role. I know all of us have very busy lives, and to take another commitment on is very meaningful. So we really appreciate you, and thank you for your continued service. And I look forward to briefing you every other month on board meetings. So thank you. We are really excited to announce Natasha Kalura as our new Member Services Director and eagerly await her joining our team on July 30th. Her leadership style, her business acumen, deep caring for people, along with her technical skills like project management, really demonstrate she's going to be a great fit for our team and with SDCERS. Natasha currently works with the city as their Executive Director for Special Events and Filming. And to her credit, she said, Greg, I want to join your team now, but there's a couple big projects I really need to finish up for my current team. And so she's doing that. I think one of them's Comic-Con. So she's got a lot of big projects she's working on. And I will tell you, the city was very, very thankful that she took that approach and finished up those projects before transitioning over to us. And I wanted to give a special thank you to Victoria Fedelizo, for being our interim member services director. Actually, I shouldn't say interim, I said acting, because interim is when you come in and just do the job. Acting is when you do everything. So she was acting. Not only was she doing her regular job, but she was also filling in as our member services director. So thank you, Victoria. Nice work. I'd also like to recognize our Finance, Member Services, Internal Audit, and our Audit Committee for achieving the Government Finance Officers Association's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for last year's ACFR. So it's a tremendous achievement.
That's 13 in a row now, isn't it?
I think we're even beyond that. This might be 17 or 18. Wow. So we were joking with amongst ourselves in talking to Ted, our finance directors, like, yeah, you do this every year. What about what's something new you can do for us? So, but no, it's a big achievement by many people in the organization. So thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Johnny Tran and Susan St. John for co-chairing and speaking at the Calipers Attorneys Roundtable. Thank you for being part of our pension community. And I'd like to give special recognition to Susan St. John for providing staff a data breach training in her role as our privacy officer. It was a very nice presentation. She called us the A-Team, and she had a picture of the 1980s van with me driving, so she got bonus points for that. In closing, I'd like to announce SDCERS was awarded the Certificate of Transparency by the National Conference on Public Employees Retirement Systems. They gave us a really nice little certificate, which we will put up, for participating in their 2024 retirement study. And at first, it made me smile. I'm like, I got a certificate for participating in a survey? But then I thought, you know, what a great way to demonstrate being part of the pension community and transparency to our community on who we are and our business and what we do. So with that, I was going, well, actually, it's a pretty cool thing. With that, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Greg. So now we're going to move into Section 11, closed session. Johnny, are there any matters to discuss in closed session today?
There are. We'll be discussing existing litigation, exposure to significant exposure to new litigation, as well as the performance review for your CEO and your internal auditor.
Performance
why don't we
review for
take
the
a
chief
5-minute,
internal auditor.
10-minute break?
Sorry,
Yes.
performance review for internal auditor, and then
Future goals.
future goals for the CEO. Thank you, Greg.
And chief compliance officer.
I learned that when it's 115 degrees, you can't drink cold water because it can cause you to have shock. So what they teach you to do is you take a black pipe, and then you pour water down it, and it heats up the water.
So, yeah, no. Michelle had to go.
She had to leave. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, we lost Michelle. Okay, so we're now back in open session?
Michelle?
She's gone.
She has a day job, too.
Well, I do too. So Johnny, do we have anything to report out from closed session?
We don't have any action items to report out of closed session.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to recognize, is Colin back? Okay, great, okay. I'd like to recognize SDCERS HR Director Colin Brazil to present the salary survey information for the CEO and the CIO.
Good afternoon. So each year I present a salary survey to you all for your review to help you determine any appropriate adjustments for the CEO's salary and the audit committee for the CIA's salary. This year the audit committee did not recommend any adjustments, so there won't be a vote on that today. And this information I provided you today is to help you to review for the next 2 months, and you'll determine any appropriate adjustments for the CEO at the September open meeting. If you all have any questions about the survey, I can discuss them with you now. Other than that, we can definitely discuss it and finalize it in September.
Are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We can move on to section 14, adjournment. As we have come to the end of our agenda, our next meeting will be held on September 13th here in the SDCERS boardroom. And with that, we adjourn.
Nice job, Chair.
It's pretty clear with the items that have been deferred from this meeting to September, plus some other things, it's going to be very hard September.
Well, we'll just have to deal with it.
Yeah, I understand, but I think also people need to be made aware of that.